So just as a recap about where we are at the start of this run, because there's a couple of things going on here. One of them is our ship is the Slug Pleasure Barge, the VSS Kitchen Sink, and the main things that were interesting about it to start was that it started with no weapons. It has a 4-slot teleporter, but also one of its key upgrades is it has the pleasure pods, which allows us to clone our crew. So we have been doing a lot of crew multiplying, hence why we have so many generic mantis on board our ship here, because they were all duplicated, and how we originally had so many slugs. We've also added a pony to our crew. The pony can't man systems, but runs around really fast, and honestly, I don't know if it's any good, but I've never seen it before, so I'm keeping it. It's a decent fighter, not quite as good as our mantis, but it's really fast. And beyond that, we have a couple of interesting bits of gear going also. We're locked out on systems. We have all the systems our ship can support at this point, and as a result, we don't really have access to hacking or cloaking, so we may have a bit of trouble with survival as we get back into the late game here. But we just brought our weapons up to a really effective point now. Our Purifier pinpoint laser here lets us basically zap a single spot for massive damage, and our Ion 2 lets us keep the shields locked down. So between these two things, we actually have a decent amount of ship damage now. So we're gonna see if we can take this forwards and make things work with it, because we were all about boarding before, and now we have a little bit more backup firepower if boarding isn't viable. Plus, since this is a fancy ether weapon, it gives us some access to potential upgrades we can take later. This ether tech category has been unlocked, and most of these aren't going to probably be what we want. The ether overdrive just makes you fly away faster. The ether overcharger means that your weapons start as preloaded, but they're all 30% slower in future, which is a little bit harder to work with. But Aether Shielding is pretty cool because you get more energy shield. You have 3 points of energy shield that sits on top of your basic shields, like a Zoltan shield. We might want that eventually. And I don't really know what Anomaly Detector does, but we might want to try that at some point because we have this early enough in a run that we might actually be able to find anomalies. It sounds like it's basically long-range sensors, but maybe plus a little extra. So I'm curious to see if that does anything. We might give that a try later this run. Other than that, though, we have lots of space still to cover, so we're gonna see how far we can get. In the meantime, we have just jumped into Sector 5, the Union Core Worlds, which is apparently where Earth is. So I don't know which one of these beacons might be Earth, but we're going to jump to at least these 2 distress beacons and see if there's anything fun there. It's annoying that there's no connection here, so we have to go in and then back out again. But we'll cover as much ground as we can and see if we can find anything exciting in here. Let's jump to the distress beacon. Let's get ourselves started. We find a number of ships fleeing from a small space station. A squadron of militia vessels have been deployed around the area. One ship hails you.
Civilian, this system's restricted. We must request that you leave immediately.
Well, we're no civilian ship. What's the issue?
A Federation military vessel. My bad then, you look like a bunch of weird slugs. This station has been infected by some kind of weird giant alien spiders. Think you could clear the station of the infestation without causing too much damage?
Giant alien spiders? That's no joke. I don't know if we can deal with giant alien spiders very effectively. If we lose a crew member, honestly, it doesn't matter. We can get a crew back, no problem. This ship is really easy at regenerating crew. But I don't trust this, because we know the spiders are units, because we fought one on a ship this run earlier. And if we get an invasion of giant alien spiders on our ship, that could hurt pretty bad. We need to find out how bad giant alien spiders are. Apparently this event killed Krishnan. We need to find out how bad giant alien spiders are, so I'm tempted to try it, but it would be really embarrassing if we died right at the start of the stream. Let's see how it goes. We have a boarding ship, so we can probably deal with boarders. Oh, yeah, that's a lot of spiders. That's a lot of spiders. The militiamen give you clearance to engage the station, but give 2 last warnings.
We aren't sure what these things are, but they seem to be able to keep the station systems functional. If you have to cause some damage, that's understandable, but please do not cause very much. We can't go around destroying civilian property.
Alright, they don't have weapons, but they do have a hack. We might need to stop that from working. They have a pike beam here. Looks like that's kind of all they got. Oh no, they have a heavy laser. So they should be harmless weapons-wise. So we can basically just murder these spiders as they show up. We have some giant alien spider adults. They're very good combat fighters. Really fast, 2.3 times combat damage, which is crazy. The little ones only have 50 health. But they only occupy half a crew slot. That makes sense. Okay, well, you know what we do about this then? Since we don't actually need to dodge anything, as far as I can tell, because they only have 2 weapons that can't hurt us, we can take all that power and put it into, well, I guess a little bit more power into the mind control. And see what they do. So, do these guys repair? It doesn't say they're very slow to repair. It doesn't say they can't repair. Okay. Oh, Weaver is a special class that's really good at repairs. Interesting. They seem to have a bunch more types than I expected. There's a bunch of Weavers in there, and they're actually good at repairing things. Okay, interesting. Because I was thinking we could just beam down the weapons or beam down the hacking, and then it wouldn't matter what they fire it at because they won't be able to hurt us. But that might not be the case, and depending on where the hacking goes... The hacking went indoors? That's so rude. That's like the one room I actually needed to be able to move in. Alright, we're good. The hacking's low level, so we can get in here no problem. They are going to be boarding us with 4 people in a second, so just for the fun of it, let's make them rethink that plan. Come in here to heal. They can't hurt us, so it doesn't matter what we do there. I can power up the medbay all the way. They did kill the little spider instantly. So mind control with all these spiders will basically just let us murder someone as soon as we decide we want to. So that's kind of fun. Do they suffocate good? I don't know how well they suffocate. Are they resistant to that? They take more fire damage, but they take normal suffocation damage, it sounds like. Alright. Let's send the crew around to here first. That didn't work at all. And then into here. So that we can try and fight these guys off and protect our people. Of course, giant alien spiders are no joke, and there's so many of them. Let's just spam this. If we spam the ion at them, we can probably stop them from actually killing us here. We're at a big disadvantage because the doors happened to interrupt our mantis before they could join in and protect this space, which is pretty bad. We kind of needed this to not be a 4-on-3 so that we wouldn't get murdered here. I would really be annoyed if Spinner dies. They're not even very good at fighting, but they are like our anti-oxygen removal deterrent. So, they are dying though. I don't think there's anything we can do about this. The doors are shut. We cannot get through them, so we have no options here as to where people can go. The hacking is causing problems. Let's go ahead and just beam the hacking once. That should let him out of the room. Yeah, okay, we're good. You need to get out of here. You need to get out of there. We need to get Slapchop in. We need to get... who's the other one that's outside? Must be the one on the other page. That was Slapchop. Who's the full health one here? Blender. Blender, you need to get in there. We're taking a lot of damage here, bud. Alright, now we are probably going to be able to win this. They are about to send another person over, but I think what we're going to do here is just mind control one of these. And that way they should fight each other for a little bit, which should buy us some time. You need to get in the medbay. You need to get in the medbay. Okay, we successfully fought them off for now, but now we need our whole crew to get in the med bay, which is going to be a problem because there's not that much space. And we know that they will be sending more people to invade us as soon as they get the chance. Now, thankfully, since the hacking is disabled, they can't do too much to us now. Okay, these guys are ready to move back out. Let's get you back on weapons for the time being. And, Horse, you can chill out in the doors again, I guess. There's the hack back online, which is annoying, but manageable. They did block us off while we're trying to move, but it seems like the people that are left are all the Weavers, so they actually don't want to invade us with these anymore. They have one adult left. Because these guys are still good at combat, but they're not as good, and it seems they don't want to send all their crew. Oh no, they're sending one. Okay, we can deal with that. If they want to send one boarding spider over, it'll be dead pretty quick. Maybe they don't want to send it. It's just sitting there. Huh. Okay, well, I mean, we can go board them. We just have to be a little careful, because if we get in there, they are going to do a lot of damage to us. So I think what we're going to do instead is we're going to do a much sillier strategy. Since they don't seem to care about fighting off their people, we're just going to abduct this guy and kill them in our medbay. Oh, we can't fight them, right, because they're mind-controlled. Right. I don't want them to be in a two-person room, though. Can I get you out of there, please? Turn on the control button. Get you in a room where we can beat you up. And that should do the trick. Because we could probably take them if we had to jump in there on board directly, but since they all have double combat ability or better, they took him home! That's not allowed. Alright, we're gonna have to chase him. We're gonna have to chase him. He's going to the med bay. Well, let's get in there first then. That's not gonna work. I was hoping we'd be able to destroy it quickly before they could do anything about us, but it seems like that's not going to be the case. They are sending the entire team after us. We can purifier it to make sure that it's destroyed and doesn't get the chance to hurt us, but it will do a lot of damage to the ship, so we should probably avoid doing that if we can. I don't know, it looks like we are going to have to do it, because they're sending another crewman running back to the med bay. Is this the one that's almost dead? One of these guys should be almost dead, unless we killed it already and I just didn't notice. Heals at double speed. Maybe it just instantly healed because they had it fully boosted up. I don't know. Let's hit them with one zap of the purifier as soon as this person stands still. You've caused too much damage to the station's hull. You need to stop damaging it. Kill the spiders or quit and we'll get someone better for the job. We'll pay you for at least trying to help if you do. Oh, no, we can do this. They capture their ship's size. Fine, but make sure not to destroy it. Alright. They do have a maintenance drone that I forgot about. These giant alien spiders are definitely no joke, though. They are quite nasty to fight against. Especially so many of them. It just helped that we had a big army. Ginger's here with the 5-stream streak. We've cleared out the spider infestation from the station. The militiamen thank you for your help, and payment is given for your effort. 1 fuel, 1 drone part, 44 scrap. Let's ask about the spiders? I don't know what that means, but let's ask about the spiders.
Not sure there's much I can tell you. Things that came from the Brood, one of those pirate clans that live out in abandoned space. Commander Montgomery can tell you more than me, but he's busy handling the infestation elsewhere. Seems the spiders have finally got so out of hand that even the Brood can't control them anymore. Now's our chance.
Could we help?
We hired another renegade sorta like you a while back to help, but from what I understand, he hasn't been of much use. I'd be hesitant sending in another loose cannon, but considering you handled the situation so delicately here, why the hell not? I'll transfer the coordinates for the Brood stronghold to you. Best of luck.
Oh. It sounds like we're going to be fighting more giant alien spiders in a moment. Good thing we have a good boarding party. Okay. What? Oh, did they not transfer the coordinates? Did they put it in the next map? I didn't read that part. I guess they must have added it to the next map because there's no new coordinates here. Interesting. Well then, in that case, is there anything else we want to be upgrading right now? I kind of want to upgrade our sensors to see what that fancy sensors upgrade does. But I think in the meantime, if we're going to be dealing with a lot of spiders coming on board and we can't actually pilot this thing, upgrading the door system could be nice, so the people who come in here don't get to stomp through our ship quite as fast. I do want that level 5 engine though, so we'll probably buy that first. Let's jump back, just in case there's a shop immediately in our path. We'll upgrade our systems afterwards as needed. There's nothing left of interest at this station, so we can do our salvage mission. Might be a special sector you route to. Haven't beat that event, I'm not sure. I don't know, we'll figure it out. We run a salvage mission, we survey the nearby area. Oddly enough, it appears a pair of boarding drones have been abandoned here in the Abyss. You can break them down for parts, but if you scan them for schematics, you might risk activating one. We don't have an NG, which I think is what let us get these guys for free last time. But the parts are basically worthless, and if we risk activating one, like whatever, we fight a drone, it'll be fine. Scan them. You attempt scanning, but due to your distance, you're unable to get a read. You pull closer, but accidentally move a little too close, triggering the drones. You still recover the schematic, but now they're on board. Alright, well, let's get our people in here to fight this off, and I think if we just open our doors, we will be fine on oxygen. Alright. The funny part is, honestly, having a whole boarding event was much more dangerous to us than just risking losing a crew to the spiders like it used to have been, because we could just clone more crew. There's basically like one crew member on this ship that would have been a real detriment to lose. If we'd have lost our suzerain here, that would have been pretty sad. But basically anything else was fine, so like, it worked out pretty good, I'd say. Okay, no loot that we can immediately use, but the defense drone could be handy because it's basically the butler we had but without the boombox. Let's jump to the distress beacon and see what they want. An errant Lanius ship is attached to a Union station. Both the ship and the station are sending out a distress call. The station's distress call reads, "Mayday! We're being eaten by a Lanius! Please save us!" The Lanius, however, only produces a garbled screeching. What happened to our butler? We sold him so that we could afford the pinpoint purifier here. I would have loved to keep the butler, but I like having this big fun laser, and we could not keep both. So, do we want to blow up some Lanius? We can't board them, which is a little unfortunate, but we can test our laser murder option if we so choose. We could try to communicate with the Lanius, but we have no one who's going to be good at that, unless they think the slugs are going to be good at it, but I would expect that to be a blue option here, instead of being something that happens after you click this button. It's hard to know for sure, because they're telepathic, so I'd assume they'd be able to do it now, but doubtful. I think we're just going to fight them, because I doubt this will work. Let's attack the offending Lanius vessel and see what happens. The vessel continues to screech, but it defends itself. However, for some reason, it doesn't detach, therefore having no maneuverability. Oh, interesting. Weird. It's a ship with basically no engines. They're disabled already. Well, I mean, sure. These guys shouldn't be too hard to take down. The flak might be a problem, if that's actually what that is. But we do have the purifier online, so they are very quickly not going to have any weapons left. Good try there, friends. And just for fun, let's go ahead and mind control the captain. Yeah, it does seem like this purifier will do the job when it comes to murdering crew. Do we get any abilities with this Lanius? I don't think I've actually checked one of them before. Doesn't look like it. Just the generic Lanius setup. Now we can keep zapping them. That will do the job also. It kills them pretty good. But I don't know if that's what we want to do. Do we want to kill them outright? We're almost certainly in the wrong here in some way. It's not entirely clear what is going on with them, but it definitely doesn't feel like we should be murdering them for no good reason. But why not? So we can basically afford to shoot the purifier one more time before they're dead. And we'll probably need to do that to kill the last crew member, or we could abduct them, I suppose. We could abduct them. But I don't know if we're going to. Is this maybe the first time we've actually seen Alania's ship? I don't know if it is, but it might be. I think we've seen Lania's crew one or two times, but I think this might be the first time in the mod that we've actually run into an entire ship of theirs. For now, though, let's just mind control the captain again. Oh, that didn't work. I thought he'd come and deal with it. Okay, well, in that case, I guess we're stealing you. You enjoy the AI still programmed to prioritize manning the helm even though there's no engines? Yeah, I kind of thought that taking over the helmsman would make this guy run over and deal with it, even though there is no one on the engines. But we're just gonna zap this guy so he can't bring the rest of their weapons online, and we'll kill the other one on board our ship because he can't leave anymore. You can move mind-controlled units on the enemy ship in Multiverse? It's true, it's true. I forget about that you can move these guys. You get full control of them. But at this point, it doesn't matter. It works either way, whether we steal him or whether we make them kill each other. Both are fine. With the crew of the Lania's ship dead, nothing prevents us from tearing apart the hull of their ship, getting 2 fuel, a drone part, and 48 scrap. Fortunately, the station wasn't damaged in the fight.
You really came out of nowhere and saved us. Thanks for your help.
3 fuel, 1 drone part, 22 scrap. I feel like we probably did a crime just now, but like, they're dead, so who's gonna know? Alright, we could use a little bit more power, because we can't actually run everything right now, and we have a lot of money. Is there a shop nearby? There is a store there. I'm gonna buy the power anyway. We can't buy other systems, so... It didn't say we did a crime, no, but we did just blow people up who were sending out a distress signal without making any effort to understand them. So, whether or not the game thinks we did a crime, we almost certainly did. But, I think at this point, I want to save a little bit of money for coming back to the store. The Orchid store probably doesn't have much that we want at this point, but let's jump to the distress beacon and see what they've got first. A nearby looping distress signal reveals a badly damaged station and an escape pod. With little time to react, you scoop up the escape pod and open it to find a badly injured man with a massive gash on his back.
Please help! There's a maniac! Ugh.
The man flops over, dead, pools of blood forming beneath him. It's incredibly gruesome, and for once you're glad you become so desensitized to this stuff in your profession. Is this an Among Us mission? Is this an Among Us mission? Investigate the station. Maybe you can help. As soon as you step aboard, you immediately regret it. Though the main lights are mostly out and the emergency lights only offer a faint red glow, you spot all kinds of troubling sights. A corpse lays just inches away from another escape pod hatch, and several bodies hang from wires reaching out of ventilation shafts. Knife marks cover the walls, and there's blood everywhere. This is no ordinary invasion, this is a massacre. As you continue exploring, you eventually come across a strange man dressed in a bright equinoid costume covered in blood, with a burn on his leg which he's tending to. You reach out and touch the man on the shoulder, and he whips around in surprise. Are you okay? What's going on? The man smiles when he sees you, almost unnaturally despite the pain he must be in. He speaks in a high-pitched voice and talks to you as if you were a child. Friends! Oh, I'm so glad you've come to help! He reaches out his hand, which you reluctantly shake. I'm Ellie the Equinoid! Nay! She whinnies, pretending to prance with her hands. Did you ever watch my show? Are you a fan? A super fan, maybe? Oh, I met so many fans. Everyone loves my show. It's timeless. It's ageless. It's... I can't remember, but I actually have an Equinoid on my crew. I feel like that should matter here. I can't remember. How silly! Everyone's watched the Ellie the Equinoid show. Oh, friends, won't you help me? This station has many bad people on it. Bad people who hurt Ellie. We must stop them before they hurt more people. Will you help me? Oh, pretty please. Okay, well, she's definitely the one who's been doing all the murders. But, like, we've done a couple of war crimes already. What's one more war crime between friends? Great! I'll stay here and keep tending to my leg. You hurry off and take care of those baddies. Hey! Good luck, but please don't destroy the station. Even magical horses like Ellie can't breathe in space. We are about to murder some completely innocent humans here to support a person who thinks they're a horse when we actually have the horse on our crew. Okay. Let's go ahead and ion down the shields. They should be basically okay. 2-shot laser and this does mean I think they can hit us if they time it just right. And this beam drone, I think, shouldn't be much of an additional hazard for us. The problem is they have a clone bay. So we're gonna have to take that out and keep it out if we want to destroy them. And with this maintenance drone there, that might be a bit of a problem. But they don't have that many crew. No, that's true. They do have the emblem there in the bottom right. I don't remember all the emblems. So if that's a rebel emblem, I couldn't have told you. But engineers are, I believe, a rebel subclass, so that would make sense. I don't know why they'd be in the Federation space if they're a rebel station just chilling out here, but that's how it goes sometimes, I suppose. All right, what we're gonna do is we're gonna mind control this dude. Let them go deal with that problem. One more ion shot should be enough to take this room out with the purifier. Bwap. And if we teleport our crew in, we should be able to stop them from being able to actually repair it in any reasonable amount of time, which should mean that they are effectively destroyed. Their shields are down now, which makes our life a little easier. Let's get in here to help kill this guy. Alright, let's get in here to help kill this guy. The drone's going for the clone bay, but they're gonna be dead long before that matters. We've cleared out the last of the engineers. After scrapping the exterior, you proceed to board the station again, getting 2 fuel, a missile, and 33 scrap. When we try to find Ellie, you find Ellie not long after, prowling the halls, still limping. You try to ask her what she's doing, but are interrupted by a loud clang from across the hallway. Ellie gets down on her knees and inches towards the corner, where she seems to spot something. She turns and puts a finger to her lips towards you, then pokes her head back around. What are you doing? Ellie doesn't answer, instead getting back to her feet in rapid fashion so quickly you nearly forgot she's injured. She vanishes from sight, and moments later you hear yelling, "No, please! Stefan, don't do this! Please, I'm sorry. It was Wentworth's order to fire you. I had nothing to do with it. Please." The man is cut off, and moments later there's a sickening thud followed by silence. The stranger in the horse costume comes back around, clutching a bloody knife. You motion for your crew to step back, but she stashes her knife and smiles again. They took Ellie's show off the air. Rotten, no good. Nay! Sorry, I almost said something above the age rating there. What will the children watch without Ellie? It's blasphemerous. It's ludicrous. Luderificus? Positively insanidificanious? Those aren't even trying to be word combinations. Those are just letters. Did you just stab that guy? Ellie would never harm an innocent life. She's too pure and kind. You, Mr. or Mrs. Renegade, however, are a big meanie, but these people here are even bigger meanies. Sometimes you need a meanie to put another in their place, and trust me, there's many more meanies on Ellie's list. Oh, will you please help me? We can have so much fun working together, I pinky promise. Nay! Cool, our crew is full. Bloodlust level 1? Vengeance makes her stronger? I mean, we've got to take Ellie. How could we not? She has a bloodlust level. I need to know what that means. They're actually already as good as a mantis, so we could drop one of our generic mantis for them and see what happens. This obviously seems like it has some bad side effects to it, but I need to try to work with her. Come on, Ellie, you're coming on board. Yay! We're gonna have so much fun, Superfan! I can't wait! I'm super excited! Horse freak. That's rude. But yeah, Ellie is already as good as a generic mantis. So if there's any of these guys that aren't already max combat skill... Yeah, like, they're just better than a generic mantis. So let's swap one of these guys out. Shears obviously stays. Blender's already at max combat skill, so it's going to be either Cleaver or Slap Chop, and I think it's going to be Slap Chop. Sorry, Slap Chop, I know your life was very short, but, get out of here. Welcome aboard, Ellie. We need a new name for you, because you, don't fit our kitchen theme. But do you like our actual horse? Because you're a person in a horse costume, but we have an actual horse in here, too. Alright, let's get our crew back. Ellie has joined the boarding party. I do feel like we need to name them a knife, because they've been stabbing people explicitly with knives. So, I don't know which knife is going to be the best for them. Steak knife? Yeah, I agree. They've got to be a knife in some form. Alright. It actually fits, too. It shows up in here without turning into 2 lines. Alright, that is good enough for now. It is the classic murder weapon, it's true. I guess, since there's no other interesting beacons around here, we can go to the store. If we go to the store, what are we even trying to do? Like, we don't have anything in our hull to sell. We have a battle drone that I kind of want to keep on hand just in case. Do we even bother going there? I don't know if we do. Like, we could try and buy another augment, but honestly, at this point, I think we just want to upgrade our systems more. Make ourselves a little bit more powerful, because I don't know how much it's going to matter. We're going to go ahead and invest in the engine level 5, because that's one that I've wanted for a little bit here. And I think we're going to grab some internal upgrades. Specifically, I'd like to try and get those fancy Aether Shields, because we've seen them a couple of times now, but we haven't actually been able to use them. So let's go for the performance upgrade level 1 here. We have to do this 3 times before we can get the Super Shields, but that seems like it'd be a fun combo. So let's perform the upgrade here once. That gives us faster recharge time on our shields, and then we'll perform the shield upgrade again. So now we're getting 34% faster shield recharge. And if we can afford to do it one more time, then we can come here and buy this fancy shield to get 3 levels of Zoltan shield, which seems like it would be fun. Other than that, though, I think we're just going to keep jumping and avoid the store because I don't know if we're really going to get much out of it. We've arrived at a seemingly ordinary beacon, but scans show a slip tunnel opening. Someone with a multiverse drive is jumping in nearby. You wait in apprehension, but the tunnel only continues to get bigger. From out of the tunnel comes a massive cruiser vessel of Free Mantis design. It appears to be stealth-oriented, but still capable of both a strong offense and teleportation. That's a big ship. It doesn't actually look like a Mantis ship, though, to me. This looks like it's a rock ship that just has a couple of spikes on the front and on the sides. Like, those panels really read to me rock cruiser. It's fine, though. we can't pay the tribute, so we're fighting them, and let's see how bad it is. That looks bad.
Federation deny our friendship. No more. We replace you, save the day, then lead Federation to greatness.
The delusional free mantis cuts the hail before giving you much opportunity to change their minds. You'll have to prevent his greatness if you want to survive. I don't think there's that much else that we can do. They have a special weapon. They have synthetic pheromones, and they're a high-level threat. Yeah, no kidding. I think we just start the fight. What are you, though? They're Free Mantis Warlords. Taking enhanced pheromones gains massively increased damage and speed. Each cast costs 7 health. Well, that sounds bad. They have a Separatist NG here for repairs. They have a Free Mantis Warlord again. That's just a Free Mantis. Yeah, the rest of them are just Free Mantis, but there are 4 Free Mantis Warlords. I feel like that's going to be a problem for us. Let's go ahead and just make them kill their captain. Oh, it actually went through before the teleporter went off. That's a fun change. And they went into the doors. Okay. Let's get you out of there, because that's going to be bad for us. Let's get you 2 in here, I guess, and see how that goes. I have a feeling we're going to take damage really fast, so we're going to see what happens. Oh yeah, the murder pony's in here. Steak Knife is ready to start murdering, but they are fighting a Free Mantis Warlord, so I have to be very careful about their health. Unfortunately, the second pony is not as good at fighting as our Mantis Suzerain, who we did put in there on purpose. They do damage pretty fast, though. They have a rocket that I don't love the look of. Let's start pummeling their shields. Just for safety's sake, we might have to toggle out Steak Knife here so they don't get murdered. Let's get you back to the med bay real quick. We need to make sure that's powered, otherwise we're going to be in trouble. We're not going to use the teleporter for a little bit, so let's make sure we have our health capped out instead. They are... Oh, they went home! I'm kind of stunned they went home. I thought they were going to be going all in on the boarding. That's not great, because it means we're going to have to drag this out for a while. Okay, let's get you over here, you back to the teleporter. Because they're all in there and we can't destroy it yet. Our purifying beam's not on recharge yet. And we can't really afford to board them right now because they have way too many people in there for that to be safe. They are going to be sending a Warlord and a Free Mantis our way in a moment, as soon as that teleporter's recharged. We can purify them here, but they're just going to repair it. I don't know if it's going to make much of a difference. If we're there to board them, that would work. But if we're not boarding them, I don't know if it's actually going to mean anything. Let's just take the weapons out so they don't get to fire this rocket at us. Thank you. And that means they shouldn't be able to hurt us again for a bit. Once these guys teleport over, we might need to save our mind control teleport combo, so once they teleport someone back, we can grab them over to our ship again and make sure they actually wind up dead. Because it might be tricky if they're able to keep pulling them out before we get the chance to murder them. They must have a pretty high-level teleporter on there. They really want to go in the doors. This is the worst room for you to send 2 people to. Go to a room with 4 people so I can kill you faster. All right, team. Let's get in position so we can try and kill these mantises before they can actually run away this time. They have some kind of buff in effect here? That must be the pheromones active for both of them. Holy cow! Yep, that's the pheromones active. Wow! That does some incredible damage. Wild. Okay, that's a bit of a problem. You need to go back and heal. Ouch. You've got to get out of there, and we'll get you in. You need to get out of there right now, and you need to get in. That is insane. That is so much damage. Alright, noted. These warlords are a problem. I don't know if we can actually fight these things. That's so much damage. It hurts them to use it, but they can just go home after murdering our entire crew, and then, like, what are we gonna do about it? Wild. Yeah, like, we can't kill them fast enough. They get to go back home, and now they can just pop into the medbay and heal themselves back up, so it doesn't matter. Well, thankfully, we can kill one of them. I'm gonna let the Free Mantis go back and heal. Oh, he's not going to heal. Okay, well, you're dead. One less warlord to worry about. Thank you very much. Horse swap out. Suzerain swap out. If they go into a room that has more people in it, we can kill them the old-fashioned way. But if they stay in a two-person room, we just can't do damage fast enough. And if they keep going to our doors every time, that's going to be very annoying. You thought I must have died? XEEVD? I don't know how to pronounce that one. Sheev? I should upload something to YouTube. Yeah, I might. I've done it before, though, and then I stopped streaming right away, so I'm trying to resist making it seem like I'm back when I'm actually not back yet. You know? I'm trying to resist baiting people. Are they going to board us? In the doors. No, not in the doors this time. Thank goodness. Let's get the crew over to battle positions in here. And backup crew over here. Oh, that's actually excellent. We flashed people through the room, and what that wound up doing is it meant that we got them to activate their pheromones when there's no one to fight. So that is actually pretty handy. So they lost a bit of pheromones time there. Unfortunately, that didn't work. I was hoping we'd be able to get them into this room before the doors broke. But with, I guess, Super Mantis mega damage, that's not going to happen. But let's go ahead and swap you now, just to be safe. I think we should win this fight, just based on the fact that we have 4 people in the room, so they can't get out fast enough. Yeah, it looks like it. Nice. Alright, if they're kind enough to attack us like that in the future, we should have this in the bag, but if they're gonna continue slapping us around, we will have to drag it out. Thankfully, that one shot to the weapons has disabled the missiles all fight so far, which is really nice. Let's get you out of here and you in here. This is turning into a bit of a messy battle, but hopefully we can keep it in our control. It doesn't actually seem like they want to board us with more people anymore, though, which will also complicate things a little bit. Because if they don't, and we try and steal a crew, they're just going to teleport him back as soon as the mind control ends, so we won't be able to kill him in the time that he's here. And they still have 1, 2, 3 free mantises. We can beat free mantises in a one-on-one fight. They only do 1.2 times damage, where all our mantises do at least 1.5. But they still have 1 warlord, and that is a bad thing for us. How do we want to try and handle this? Because one of the options that we have is just Purifier beam the medbay and teleport ourselves in there. The problem is that will definitely put a hole in the hull, so we will start suffocating pretty fast, and they still have a free mantis warlord, so they're going to be doing a lot of damage. So will we, but like I don't know if we can teleport back out before people die if we teleport into a room with a hole in it. I think what we might have to do is the extra rude version of this, which is going to be more fun, I think. Let's go ahead and mind control their warlord. Once he's mind controlled... Oh, they're sending their NG to come fight him. That's going to be a problem for them. We're going to activate the instant murder beam. You see that? The mantis steps in the room and is just instantly dying. Can I walk through these doors? Yeah, we can. Kill that guy for me. No, kill this one. Incredible. Well, they didn't manage to kill their crew members because they were in the med bay, but wild amount of damage on that, and now we can board them no problem because there's no way they're going to be able to stop a boarding crew of 4 when they only have 3 mantises left. So we're going to jump in weapons and take them out now. Oh, just before the cloak goes off too. That should break the missile before it can fire, or at least it'll kill these guys before they can do anything else about it. Yeah, there goes the missiles. I think we're gonna pop the med bay with a purifier beam just so they can't do anything else about it, because this guy is about to be dead. And so is the last crew member. The mighty vessel has been vanquished. Within the now cleared cruiser, plenty of scrap and supplies remain for the taking, getting 2 missiles, a drone part, and 46 scrap. Oh, you're also surprised to find a special weapon among the wreckage. You've never seen a weapon like this before, so you assume it's a custom model made by the renegades themselves. A missile, a drone part, 22 scrap, and nightshade missiles. What are those? What are those? Let's get our crew back on board the ship, get them a quick healing flash here. There we go. I should have been mind controlling those captains for a while. I forgot how crazy it is that we can use their abilities against them. It's fine though, it worked out and we didn't take any damage, so who cares? What is this thing though? A deadly missile launcher that fires cloaked warheads that basic defense drones can't shoot down, but charges quite slow. Okay, so it's a 3-power rocket launcher that shoots 5 missiles. That's not bad. Only consumes 1 to shoot 5. It's double damage on systemless rooms. 1 hull damage, 1 system damage, normal crew damage, normal fires and breaches. But you can shoot it while cloaked and defense drones can't shoot it. That sounds pretty neat. That's a lot of firepower for 1 missile, and we're gonna try and get that thing online, I think. It'll take all of our power, but we can run the Nightshade, the Ion 2, and the Purifier here, which seems like it would be pretty crazy. So yeah, 5 missiles is actually insane. It does have a radius, so it's not accurate, it looks like. It looks like it fires in like a flak barrage style, but I want to try that gun. So I guess we're going to be saving up for a while so that we can turn on the weapon control to maximum so we can use that gun. I was hoping to get our shields active first, so I might do that. I don't know if it's going to make a huge difference. A civilian store here? Wait, again, we don't want to go to a store right now. We're trying to save our money. We have how many jumps left? 7 before we have to get out of here? So we go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's probably pretty good. Alright, let's jump over here and see what they've got. We know Earth is around here somewhere, so if we can find it, that would be fun. But we'll have to see if we can find it. Ooh, that's a ship I've never seen before. It's another Argeon transport, but like the cargo panels here look different than I recognize. You find a Union ship talking with an Argeon ship. You get the feeling that even if they're not fighting each other, they're not on the friendliest of terms either. Hey now, gamer, welcome to the stream. Let's listen in. Look, I'm sorry. I thought I'd have the scrap to pay for those, but after a nasty run-in with Tikaka, I was forced to cash out for some repairs. Surely you can understand that, given what your job entails. My sympathies are irrelevant to my profession. Argeon terms stipulate that payments are always made either in advance or on the spot, and deliveries are not handed over until the payment is made. Unfortunately, you'll just have to do without those items. Unless your friend here can assist you. I mean, we can. I don't know why we'd want to give them 60 scrap. Like, why do we want this delivery? I don't know. They haven't really sold us on it being important in the narrative so far. I used to watch FTL content like 10 years ago, saying you're still playing this gem of the game. I haven't played it in a long time, but I picked it up again to play the FTL Multiverse mod, and it is pretty fun. There's a lot of new stuff in it. We've got the money. I want to save money, but let's see what this does. I've never seen this event before. Offer to help pay for the delivery. You pool some of your scrap together with a small amount the Union ship still has. It's not cheap, but you're able to pay the full cost up front. The smugglers hand over the delivery before jumping away. The captain of the Union ship hails you.
Thanks for helping me out there. I had to use those guys to retrieve some of my personal belongings from deep inside Rebel territory. Unfortunately, I can't really pay you back conventionally in return for your help, but I should be able to give you a spare weapon of ours.
An anti-hull laser Mark II. Well, I do think that's notably worse. That's funny. So, notoriety decreased and reputation increased both mean the same thing. Notoriety decreased means that we've done a good deed, and reputation increased means that we've done a good deed. Weird. Alright, well, that's not very good. It's worth about half the cost we paid for it. As a weapon, it's fine. Like, it's perfectly good. But, not worth it. Not worth the 60 scrap, thanks. Earth! Well, we found Earth. Guess where we're going? Earth, the homeworld of the human race. Let's check it out. We don't actually have... Oh, I was about to say, we don't have any human crew. But we do, in fact, have one human crew. They just think they're a horse. Let's go to Earth. You've discovered a planet all too familiar. It's Antiquum Terrae, more often referred to as Old Earth, the homeworld and origin of the human race. Though most of the planet has flooded, a few large and densely populated cities remain. On the planet's surface is a museum and a large memorial park. The ship's computer informs you the subject matter involves the Mantis invasion of Earth. Attendance is free, but it'll likely take a lot of time to browse the place. Well, obviously we're gonna take the time to explore the park. Let's go. You land on a large platform and exit the ship. You take a long stroll through the park and come across several plaques detailing things about the war. One in particular stands out to you. Fleet pursuit doubled, we expected that. Read the plaque. It all looked bleak for the citizens of Earth until the creation of the very first pre-igniter tech, invented by Jackson Newman. This augment was then merged with a powerful laser model developed by Zulfikar Armaments, a busy corporation that has since grown to be very wealthy and powerful in modern times. Though the weapon was once considered a superweapon so long ago, it is likely it would still stand the test of time and be very efficient in modern combat. As you keep reading, you notice a section describing the locations of the parts of the weapon. After the war was over, the weapon was dismantled and many of the parts were repossessed. Maybe if you can track down the locations, you can reassemble the gun. Alright, well, let's read on the location of the barrel. The first part, the barrel, was originally given to a man by the name of Alistair Williams before it was stolen by a Mantis warlord and passed down across many generations. It's a valuable heirloom in their family, and it's highly unlikely they would surrender it to anyone, especially those who defeated them in the war. Read on the location of the base. The second part, the base, was buried alongside the creator of the weapon and its tech. The gravesite is among those of every soldier lost to the Mantis invasions. You buried it? That seems like a weird choice, but okay. Read on the location of the pre-igniter. The final part, the pre-igniter, was stolen by a smuggler. It has been circulating the black market for many years, repossessed many times. Though it would serve as a valuable collector's item, the augment itself is told to no longer function as intended due to years of misuse by pirates. Okay. With all the information you need to collect the parts, you hurry back to the ship. Well, that's pretty rude. Guys, it's way over there. I mean, I'm probably gonna go get it, but like, it's so far. Let's go grab the barrel and see what it does. Maybe we can get something that'll give us some extra jump time. You've arrived at a busy Mantis war camp on a small moon. Several ships lay on the surface, the largest being a suzerain and no doubt where the Gatling barrel is held. Let's hail them and try to negotiate. A Mantis with a long scar running down their face responds.
Yes? What reason has ship called me?
We have a pile of Mantis crew, one of whom is a suzerain, so let's negotiate for the barrel.
No, no, no. Not care who are. Shoo! Not welcome here.
Despite the Mantis' tantrum, the only option that remains is to take it from him. The Mantis shrieks and ends the call, and the suzerain ship comes to life. It rises to meet you. If you had to guess, the spinny stick is kept on that ship, and you'll have to empty it of crew to get it. It's funny that they quoted Spinny Stick because no one said Spinny Stick. So we just decided kind of racistly to call it a Spinny Stick. That's weird, guys. Why did we do that? All right, do nothing. They are trying to run.
They tried to take the Spinny Stick! Power engines, run, run!
The suzerain ship shows a rare drive of cowardice and activates its FTL drive, trying desperately to escape you. Okay, now they called it a Spinny Stick, but up until then, it was weird of us to assume that's what they were going to call it. I would love to mind control this guy because he is their only suzerain who will absolutely shred through the other crew. So, can I get him if we mind control someone else? Well, first of all, we need to start ioning down the shields because we're going to need to stop them from running. They do have a clone bay also, which is going to be a problem for us. If we hit them here, which one of them is it going to get? It got the wrong one. And he didn't board with him, which is also kind of fun. So let's go deal with the suzerain when he decides where he wants to be. He wants to be there. All right. The problem is that the ship wants to run away, though, and that is going to be a problem in a big way because we don't actually have a good way of slowing down their escape. Our purifier beam is pretty slow, and they do have a drone here that'll help it, and we also need to take this out before they can bring people back. So we are probably set up for difficult times here. I feel like we're going to need to take out the helm, because that is going to stop us from being able to survive this. And I think what we're going to need to do then, actually, maybe what we can do, let's take a look at this. Get the crew back over here real quick. They have rockets that are about to fire too. Power the medbay real fast. The thing that I'm seeing here is if we can... They only have 3 crew left until this guy comes back. If we can destroy the clone bay and pull them all out of the helm by boarding, we might actually be able to beat them that way. So this thing does seem like it's shooting down our projectiles, which is preventing us from actually getting the beam through, which is a problem as well. If this has more than 1 health, we're not going to be able to hit it. They did just hit us in our drone control, but we're not using that system, so that's fine. Yeah, it's pretty successful at shooting down our projectiles, too. There goes that effect. I think we need to get people in here and start trying to kill them directly. So what we're going to do, we're going to heal up you 3. We're going to send 3 crew onto the ship. Only 3, so they actually fit in the room. And hopefully they all come over here. Because if they all come over here, we should win this fight. If they don't, I'm going to need to purify the helm in hopes that stops them. Yes, it did. Thank goodness. Okay, so now they can't actually run away. They are cloning their crew back in, though, which means I am going to have to purify the helm anyway, unless he turns around and comes back to... He's boarding! Wow! That guy is a one-track mind. I love it. Alright, he is going where? He's going here. Well, he can suffocate a little bit. That's fine. Our crew should be able to take this out and destroy the system before they have time to clone anyone else back in. Yeah, okay. Cloning bay is destroyed. All we have to do now is not die to this guy, so let's send our Mantis... I can't click on things. It's very annoying. Our Mantis and our horse to come deal with this problem. There is a rocket coming, which is not ideal, but the rest of their ship is... Oh, come on. Really? You hit us in the medbay just to add insult to injury? But they're dead. We get 1 missile, 1 drone part, and 49 scrap, and we find the Gatling barrel on a small pedestal in the center of the room. We haul it back to the ship. Alright, let's teleport our crew back home. Let's send people in here to go fix this up. I don't know why I'm sending mantises to go fix it up, but we are. You can come back over this way again, and let's get our slugs repairing things as well. Thankfully, they're pretty fast at repairs, so this shouldn't be a big issue. And let's turn the medbay back on so we can flash the healing in. Love to see it. Back to your stations, team. And I actually need to save your crew location as well so that you know that you're part of the boarding party. Exactly now, gamer. He's like, all right, I'm back. We're gonna go fight. Ellie is pretty good at repairs. Yeah, our actual horse, not good at repairs. But the imitation horse, normal at repairs. Let's jump on. We have 57 scrap. I'm probably going to need to save up to buy the jump out of here quickly item. Because we know if we go 2 jumps, 3 jumps, 4 jumps, they will have taken over the rest of the sector. So we can work our way back there, but we are going to need to invest in the engine upgrade that lets us not have to go so many jumps back. So install an internal upgrade, we go to the engines, we go long range jump. Jump to any previously visited beacon, let's invest in that now. Because we're going to need it, I suspect. Let's keep jumping though and see what we can get from the second step of this cool quest. A nearby civilian settlement hails you.
Renegade, come in. I know you're probably busy, but a friend of mine is in danger, and I don't know where else to turn. One of those Slug hackers scammed him and took control of his account, so he borrowed a shuttle and went off to give him a piece of his mind. The poor guy's gullible and naive, but he's also a huge hothead. Do you think you have time to save him?
I mean, we definitely do not have time to save him, but like, why not? Let's agree to help and see how bad this gets.
Thank you. I'll send the transponder for his ship. As far as payment, I wish I could give you more, but this is all I have.
18 scrap and a quest marker in the next sector. Alright, that's fine. We can do that later. We have 50 scrap left. We're probably going to want to buy more engines, honestly, because we are going to get smashed if we are not able to get out of those fights quickly at the next 2 jumps at the end. Let's jump to here, though, for now, and see how it goes. Ooh, this is interesting. Hey, that's incredible! You're treated to quite a sight as you drop out of FTL. RST workers are hard at work testing a new version of their terraforming technology on a planet nearby, with dust clouds rising up to the edge of the planet's atmosphere. You change your jump signature to match one of the ships observing from the beacon. That should keep the rebels off your tail for a little while longer. Right, Ginger? I was thinking actually the engine performance upgrade might be worth it, but I don't think we need it. We just got out of here for free. So let's do something on board the ship. I think we don't have any tasks we can do. We already ran our salvage mission. We don't want to do repairs when we only have like 6 damage. And we don't actually need to clone our crew either. So I think this is just going to be a nothing beacon. Yeah, we don't really need to do anything else. So do nothing it is. Alright. Yeah, that's incredible. We're gonna get to jump here, and then we're probably gonna get to jump there, and then jump out, and we're done. So let's go to the base and take our rewards. We might have to do 1 fight, but I don't know for sure. Base it is. This is the one we have to dig out of someone's grave, isn't it? The graveyard at this beacon isn't quite what you expected. Rather than a spooky field or dark and stormy swamp planet, it appears to be a nice flat patch of grass decorated with the tombs of the fallen soldiers. You aren't sure if you really want to go grave robbing these people. We have a war of our own to fight. If these people were alive, they'd understand. We have better things to do than dishonoring the dead. Well, listen, we're here to do some war crimes, so let's go ruin these graves. You inspect the gravesite and realize there's nothing to suggest where the Gatling gun might be buried. You pick out a few graves that sound familiar, but you aren't sure which one. You think the plaque said who it was, but you have to remember who. I'm pretty sure it was Jackson Newman. Adam Miller, Alistair Williams, and Jake Wilson don't sound right to me. I'm pretty sure it was Jackson Newman. It might have been Alistair Williams. Those 2 names I think did come up, but I'm pretty sure it was Jackson was the inventor. Do I remember? Am I confident in my reading comprehension? I'll take a sip of water here first, though, because I gotta remember to drink more during these streams. Ugh. So, I am probably going to pick Jackson here. I am just trying to see if I can remember. I don't think... I don't have a drink command, but I do have a drink emote. I don't think Jake Wilson or Adam Miller were mentioned at all. No, I think it was definitely Jackson Newman. I'm gonna hit it. I'm pretty sure that's who it was. I'm just gonna trust it. We're gonna hit the button. Dig up Jackson Newman. You start digging to find that you were correct. Inside the grave is the Gatling base. You have your crew haul it back to the ship. As you're leaving, a Federation elite flies past, spotting you in the process. Assholes! You dare dishonor the heroes buried here? They raise their weapons and attack. I mean, yeah. Yeah, we deserve that. This is the first time we've actually fought a Federation ship, though, so that's fun. I don't think we do anything before the fight. We just get in there. They've got a lot of ion, a mini beam, and a little laser. I think we can kind of just cook these guys, though. Like, I don't know if they're going to be able to do much about us. Where's their shields? Here it is. They've got a bunch of plants and NG, so if we send our Mantis murder team on there, they're just going to be dead. They might be able to hurt us before we can do a whole lot about it, but I don't know. I have a feeling they're going to regret picking a fight with this team. So, let's jump over. They have 5 crew. Let's jump over to here. Do you have a vamp weed? Floral, floral, floral. Okay, no. Because I say if we can mind control if they have a vamp weed, then they can't deal with that with us too. Let's go ahead and mind control someone once we're there, just to really mess with them. And then we can send that person to go destroy the medbay when the rest of them are fighting us. Alright. Everyone except for the NG came in. That's not gonna work. Mind control one of these idiots. I mind controlled the NG! I don't want an NG. I want one of anything else. Alright. Fine. Send them in there to slowly damage the medbay, and we're just gonna purify laser them to make sure it actually goes down. These guys are gonna start running away now. Yep. But there is no system there to be repaired. Let's go ahead back to our crew here and turn on Shears' pheromones just to really speed up the rate at which these guys get obliterated. And this guy is still mind controlled, unfortunately, so we actually can't kill him yet. But we can take out the weapon so they can't hurt us in the meantime. Good stuff. Mind control has ended, so if we want to go murder them now, we can. Let's go send 2 Mantis in there to kill them quickly before we start suffocating to death. Nope, they immediately started suffocating to death, so they ran off. Oh, he just wanted to die. He ran back into the death room. Eliminating Allied Federation personnel, especially elite ones, is highly contrary to your mission, but that doesn't mean you're beyond salvaging the remains. Getting 2 fuel, a missile, drone part, and 49 scrap. It seems the cargo of the Elite Federation ship survived the fight. Inside's a functional weapon, which you bring back on board. Charge Laser Mark 1. Alright, well, I feel a little bad about murdering those guys, but hey, we had some grave robbing to do, and they're not going to stop us. Also, just saying, an Elite Federation ship? This is why the Federation is losing, guys. That was not an elite ship. That was like a fine ship. Nothing elite about it. Alright, so we actually do have time to get out of here safely. That's incredible. I really did not expect that was going to work out in our favor. Let's jump back to here. We have nothing to do here. There's no do something options that are actually interesting. And we can jump to the exit safely. Incredible. We've arrived at the long-range beacon. When the FTL drive is charged, we can jump to the next sector. So let's explore and see if anything else happens here. Scans reveal a large asteroid field nearby. Well, why not explore the asteroid field? Who knows? A belief exploration yields nothing of interest. Cool. Great. We love it. Let's jump to the next sector. We have the Rebel Stronghold. Really? The Rebel Stronghold is right next to the sector with Earth in it? Guys. What were you thinking? Well, we're going to go back to the Rebel Stronghold, because that seems like the most interesting place to go here. But before we do, I don't think we need to do anything with the stuff in our inventory, but this is what I was worried about. The barrel and the base do take up inventory space. We might have to throw something away when we get the final part if it doesn't automatically combine it into a new gun. The only other problem is that I don't know if this Gatling is actually going to be very good with our weaponry. But we're gonna build it and we'll figure it out. We gotta at least make it and then we'll get to see it. So, we'll see what happens. It's true, it does make sense. The human supremacists would want to take Earth as soon as possible, but like, who knows? Okay. I feel like if they were right beside each other, they'd have a bit of a harder time holding either place. Let's go to the Rebel Stronghold, though, and see what they got. You've entered hyperspeed. Your journey to the next sector should hopefully remain uneventful. Dead space, as it's called. Dead space is the territory between sectors and is known to be mostly empty. While in hyperspeed, you have several options, and that means no options. Rebel Stronghold it is. We've been here before. Sector's in the very center of Rebel space, and is a prime spot for the most prominent Rebel operations. If you've had any hopes of seeing a friendly face from the Federation here, stifle it immediately. Only a fool could dream something like that here. We have a reroute option. This is the first time I've seen reroute, and I think this is how we go to that other spider base location if we want to go there instead. But I actually don't know how this is going to work with our quests that are in progress. Do they come with us into Spider Zone? Is it better for us to go to the Stronghold? Can we reroute later? This is a real question for you multiverse experts. If we choose not to reroute here, do we lose the ability to reroute in the future? Or is this something we can do after this sector? Because the Rebel Stronghold seems like a fun sector to go fly through. Quest will go with you and you can reroute later, just not from the final sector. That's kind of what I assumed, because my theory here is we do Rebel Stronghold and then we jump to the reroute and quests would go with us. Okay, that makes sense too. I kind of assumed they would, because I'm pretty sure that's what happened with the Crystal Sector in the base game. But I just wanted to make sure we wouldn't lose the ability to reroute if we want to go fight a bunch of angry spiders. So I want to do the Rebel Stronghold because we came here before and we didn't find what I was hoping we would find, which would be some kind of fun, like, special area quest. But we do want to go to Spider Zone next. So let's exit hyperspeed and go see what they've got. We've arrived at the Rebel Stronghold. This is a very dangerous place for you to be. Make sure your weapons are always prepared and get out as fast as you can. They do have the flagship rockets and a bunch of other weapons, so this will be a dangerous sector for us to be in. An MFK Ace guard is protecting the entrance beacon, and several giant fleet ships are stationed in the distance. Doesn't take long for them to notice you or for the guard to attack. We lock weapons onto the guard and move in. They do have a bunch of these MFK Aces, though, that are going to be a problem for our boarding team. We catch chatter in their ship mentioning something about a signal requesting ASB backup. Well, this is going to be a bad fight for us. They are going to be teleporting on board. They don't have a med bay or a clone bay, so if we can kill them, they stay dead. But I think what we're going to have to do is mind control these guys so they murder each other, because they are nasty and we don't want to deal with them right now. Thank you very much. So you are on our team now. And you're going to go kill this guy. Alright, they've boarded us, so we need to send some good combat-ready people in to stop them. But we are going to need to have backup to replace them. So let's do that and that. Unfortunately, I don't know if we're actually going to have the time to stop them here. Let's activate... where are you? Shears. Oh, your pheromones aren't charged yet. I keep forgetting that that's not how that works. I keep expecting them to start charged. I guess I should have started with them not in combat so they could charge up their big weapon all the way. We are going to be taking some hits here. I'm going to try and take out this gun before it has the chance to actually hurt us. But we keep missing with the ion, which is pretty bad. Can I get a bit of damage in here to at least slow it down? That might do the trick. We have some damage coming on our folks here, so you're going to swap out, you're going to swap in. They missed us with a bomb, so that's good. Let's swap you out and you... Well, that's not what I wanted, but it's fine. You in. We're going to send our suzerain back to the med bay so they can heal up, because we know we got more people who are probably going to be coming over here soon. Oh, they went home. All right, that's actually pretty nice for us. They decided not to actually try and put up a fight. Now, we are probably going to take an ASB hit here in a second. Woo! We took a rocket to the teleporter, but otherwise that was actually not that bad. Here comes some more lasers, though. That's pretty nasty. All right, we're back healed up again, so let's power this stuff up. I think we can successfully board them now. I'm going to hit them one more time in here just to make sure that this thing stays offline. And we're going to board them, I think, with our whole team in just a second here. Let's turn off the fires, thank you very much. And board into shields so we can kill as many of them as possible, as quickly as possible. They still boarded us. Wow, that's determination. Alright, well, I guess we can take out the shields now. We're going to swap the ion over to weapons for now, since we have our crew in here. But it's going to be a little bit annoying for us to move around because of the way this is set up. The human soldier is better at fighting than a generic person, but if we send another slug over there to help add to our combat capability, we'll have no problem taking them out. Let's get you back down to your station, though, to keep those bombs off us better. Open some doors. Thankfully, we should be able to take the oxygen out of there before it matters. And let's pump up the evasion again, because that probably contributes to why we're not dodging as much. Now, I'd love to get over here, but I think what we need to do is get down one more shield bubble so I can hit them with... Oh, no, they're coming to get us. Great. That is actually the best possible outcome, because now this guy's dead and they don't get to shoot us anymore. We've defeated the MFK Ace Guard. Without crew on board to stop us, we can investigate their cargo. We find a Federation operative detained in a cargo bay who we rescue and move on to scrap their hull. That's an interesting looking character there, and I wonder if they have a special ability. We have 2 missiles, a drone cart, and 55 scrap. And by killing the Rebel Guard, we have no doubt caused them to dispatch reinforcements to track us down. Well, let's do something on board our ship. Specifically, we're going to do our salvage mission, see if we can get any extra loot here. We survey the nearby area. We stumble across an abandoned minefield. Certainly dubious, but also a potential source of a large amount of ammo and scrap. However, being careless would prove to be risky. I don't care about the missiles. Taking the risk could be bad, though. We're probably going to be taking a bunch of damage in here, so we're not going to risk it, because if we take 5 damage, that's pretty terrible right now. 10 damage, that's all possible. We grabbed 2 missiles. This is a human soldier. Well, unfortunately for you, Fen, we don't have room for you, so goodbye. Nice try. And this is still on fire, which is a bit of a problem because I accidentally closed the external door, so it didn't do what it was supposed to do. So this is going to be destroyed. We'll take an extra point of damage there because of my mismanagement of our oxygen buttons. But if we close the doors and open the internal doors, then we might actually be fine because Salad Spinner is really good at doing repairs like that. Let's jump our crew back onto our ship before we do anything silly and get them healed back up properly in here. And let's go send these 2 to go fix the oxygen real quick. Still considering Zoltan shields, are we saving for weapons? It's a bit of both. I think I'm gonna get the shields though, because we can get them now, and we're starting to fight more dangerous enemies where we could use those. So, let's get them back to stations. I want to save for weapons, because we have the Nightshade and the Gatling coming up that both sound like they'd be cool. But I think at this point, not taking damage is probably more important, because we have a good ability to defend ourselves. I keep clicking the wrong button though. Let's go... Oh. That's new. Talk to your crew is here. You're also concerned about Ellie's mental state. Check in on her. Let's take a look at this in a minute. First, let's install an internal upgrade. Let's upgrade our shields to level 3. We are running low on fuel, which is also a problem, because the Aethertech upgrade costs another 4 fuel. So we actually kind of can't afford it on the fuel basis right now. Let's go do nothing. Let's look back at our crew. What is her bloodlust state at? It's still at bloodlust level 1. So I'm assuming that means she's okay. I don't know what happens if we click this button though, so let's click it and see what happens. Oh, this is the requests. I see. You find Ellie giggling to herself in the corner. As you approach, she perks up. Oh, Superfan! I have a request of you! Ellie pulls out a long list and hands it to you. This is my super duper revenge list! It's all the people who I want to put in the ground for taking the Ellie show off air. Deranged lunatics, rebel supporters, probably fascist, psycho murderer bad guys. You already promised me you'd help. Ellie clasps her hands together and bats her fake eyelashes uncomfortably close to your face. So, when do we get started? Okay, who's first? Ellie smiles and points to the first name on the list.
Wrigley Spruce, head of merchandising for Flower and Sunshine Studios. He was the first weak link. They cut all my merchandise before they gave me the boot because they thought children would forget about me. Who could forget their favorite childhood character? I'm the best character in all of media history. I'm fabulous to my very core. Wrigley's a fat alcoholic piece of little rotten... Whoops, that's not very PG. He's a bad guy, okay? He was part of Vance's little riot group back before the Civil War, too. We're gonna start with him.
All right. By check on their mental health, we actually mean decide who they want us to murder for them, but that's fine. We can do that too, right? That's not a bad thing, is it? I don't think so. All right, let's keep jumping. We have Ellie's quest. The pre-igniter is here. We want that, and there's a quest beacon over there, but we can pretty easily scoot through space and go get all those things. So let's do just that. The problem is, we probably do need to get some fuel and repairs, so let's jump this way and see what we can find en route. On the nearby planet, there's a massive rebel city that spans most of the planet's surface. A lot of rebel and civilian ships are heading towards it. As you can see a stunning light show all the way from your ship. Something important must be going on. Let's approach the city. You avoid all the rebel patrols and find a landing pad whose staff doesn't ask any questions about who you are as long as you turn off your weapons when you leave. You leave your Federation badges in the ship and follow all the traffic to a giant stadium. Are you serious? Go look at the city, leave our ship behind in rebel territory? Are we insane? Apparently yes. Apparently yes, we are insane. Okay. In the center of the stage is an important-looking rebel politician surrounded by 3 big screens projecting rebel propaganda. You can just barely make out what he's saying over all the cheering from the crowd. Friends and family to be, we've all gathered here to celebrate the might of the rebellion. We've received news that the new rebel flagship gifted to us by the Multiverse Travelers has reached the Federation capital. The Federation's days are numbered, and soon the rebellion shall rise and take its place. Send one of your crew to assassinate the politician. Send your elite to assassinate the politician. Or your slug thinks they can hack into the screens. We are just insane. We land on a rebel planet. Think there's a light show. Land, go to it, and then are just like, maybe we kill that guy. Like, I have a hard time seeing what we're going to get out of this. Like, hacking the screens is just going to notify them that we're here. Assassinating the politician is also going to notify them they're here. Why does a slug think they can hack the screens? They're not a tech person. So, like, why is that happening? When has a blue ever done anything bad? There have been a couple of very bad decision blues in here, to be clear. Right, Ginger? Shows up, parks the spaceborne brothel in enemy territory, kills their leader, and leaves. Slugships favor hacking, yeah, but we don't have any hacking. I'm just gonna send our elite to assassinate the politician. Why not? Like, what could possibly go wrong? Your crew swiftly sneaks into the backstage, climbs out of the roof, and draws their rifle. It only takes one shot, and the lifeless body of the politician flops into the crowd, spraying the crowd with blood. Your crew hurries back, taking out 2 of the guards that try to follow on their way. The fleet will be too busy dealing with all the chaos you've caused here and likely won't be concerned with following you for a while. That's an incredibly generous reading of what could have happened there. Alright, let's turn our air back on so our crew doesn't suffocate. And let's keep moving. What a weird event. There's the pre-igniter, there's the distress beacon. We're running low on fuel, so let's hopefully find some we can take advantage of here. But we got a couple of extra jumps too, so if we just sort of like scoot our way around in here for a while, we'll hopefully be able to get some good stuff re-equipped. But pre-igniter definitely sounds like the most interesting jump first, so let's go there. This is the one that the smugglers had. You spot an armored smuggler station orbiting the beacon, soliciting a few smaller ships. It's surprising they can operate here despite the swarms of militiamen protecting the beacon, but this is the place you're looking for. Hacking a computer is more or less the same as mind controlling another alien. Apparently, Eisen. Let's hail them. You hail the smugglers and explain the situation. The captain gives a wheezy chuckle at your explanation.
Is that so now? Well, I've been trying to get rid of this crap for a while now, and at last I found someone willing to pay a price for it. Hell, I'll even offer you a special jumbo deal with some extra supplies for only a minor price increase.
30 scrap for the proto-pre-igniter, the very first pre-igniter ever made. Old and broken, and no longer functions as intended, but will increase weapons and artillery fire rate by 12%. Or we can buy it for 50 scrap and get 3 fuel with it. Or we can try and steal it. They're a station, so trying to steal it's probably not that hard, honestly. I'm actually kind of tempted to buy it from them with the extra fuel, because we need fuel pretty bad. 20 scrap for 3 fuel is awful, though. So the question is just, do we take it at a huge markup, or do we just kill them? And I kind of think we're going to take it. We don't have a good source of fuel in this sector, and we need some. And the money's not really that big of a deal. We'll get more money. We're crew killing almost everyone we come across, so we should get money back pretty fast. Let's buy the jumbo deal along with the pre-igniter. Why not? I don't need the missiles or the drone parts, but I do need the 3 fuel. Okay, we've got all these parts. They don't do anything, but we've got them. Do we have an assemble the crew? Yeah, we do. Assemble the Gatling. Alright, Gatling gun parts, assemble the Gatling. Let's see what it does. You begin the construction process. The first part is the base. Okay, start construction. You place the Gatling base on the fabrication table. Next you need the barrel. Okay, attach the barrel. You lock the barrel in place. All that's left is the pre-igniter tech. Install the proto-igniter. You install the pre-igniter, and luckily the weapon seems to accept it despite being damaged. As you step back to admire the weapon, only the most important step remains. This weapon needs a name. The Widowmaker, the Puppy Kicker, the Big-Ass Gun, the Spinny Stick, the Pew Pew Pew, the Excalibur, the Vulcan 2, and the Debugger, or something else. Is there a name that's here that goes well with our kitchen theme? Because, like, none of these really fit the theme of our ship. If we get to custom name a gun, then, like... yeah, we should pick one that fits our theme. But these are all pretty good. Ugh. Aren't Vulcans kind of like a stove? I don't think that's true. A spinny stick is kind of like a blender or a whisk. It's true. Yeah, I don't know what calling someone else gives us. Does it let us name it, or does it give us different options? Let's find out what it says, Parallax. Good call. Oh, no, you just type a name now. Well, we're committed. We have to choose our own name. So I'm gonna call this... what's a good name for a custom option? We do have a Blender crew member. I'm almost tempted to call this... what do you call the trash disposal thing? Does it have a special name? Some of those sinks have like a grinder in it. The air fryer, it does everything. I kind of like that, actually. It's a good call, Ginger. I might go with that. We got a couple different blenders. Cuisinart is a good idea. I don't know what Ginsu is, so I'm probably not going to go with that one. I like air fryer. Because it's also going to be frying our enemies, most likely. Let's... Garbage... It's just called garbage disposal? I thought it had a cooler name than that. We'll go with air fryer. That works for me. We grab the finished Gatling gun and install it on the ship. Our air fryer is ready to start frying. What are you? Tell me about you, air fryer. The Gatling gun takes a very long time to warm up, but will eventually leash hell on your opposition. It is a 32-second charge time? But the chain effect decreases the cooldown by 31.25. So it's really slow the first time, and then it fries things. Well, I mean, yeah, let's put it on here. Let's give it a try. Yeah, I guess the pre-igniter part means you still have that 32-second wait the first time before it just starts vaporizing dudes. Like I said earlier, it doesn't necessarily go with our boarding strategy, but it might be fun just to use it and see everything explode in front of us. We'll give it a try here, just to see how it works. Alright, we have a distress beacon to jump to. Let's go see what they want. If you can survive for 30 seconds, this thing's GG. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It seems ridiculous. The distress signal at this beacon is coming from a rebel ship.
Stay clear. Some renegades have jury-rigged a Federation cruiser along gigantic mines. We were a hair's breadth from blowing up.
They stopped abruptly upon detecting our ship.
How are there so many of you guys?
Alright, well, let's do nothing. They're gonna be boarding us, which is gonna be a terrible choice for them. Honestly, I think we're gonna wind up killing these guys before they get a chance to use our fancy new gun. They are firing a lot of stuff at us. Bomb in an empty room is not a big deal. Get our crew back over here. I would love to go and test the Gatling here, but honestly, this is such an easy kill. We're just gonna take the easy kill, thanks. Let's warp our way over here. Because these guys are dead and they don't even know it yet. Nice try there, champ. They did hit us in the weapons, but we can dodge the crew damage at least by jumping there, and we can send our 2 mantises over to kill the last guy. Job's a good 'un. As the captain of the rebel ship collapses to his knees, he begs for you to come closer. He whispers, "Damn you," and falls lifeless to the ground. They actually stopped our air fryer from charging, which is annoying. We got 2 missiles, a drone part, and 54 scrap. Well, that's the thing. We can get the actual pre-igniter now. Normally, the pre-igniter is a limited item because you have to have Aether technology to be able to turn it on. But we do actually have Aether tech. So if we want to turn ourselves into just a ship vaporizing super weapon, we can kind of do that now, if we so choose. Which is also fun. Because the thing is, what we were saving up for before is internal upgrade, is this Aether shielding, which is why we put all those points into upgrading our shields otherwise. But the Aether Overcharger is a pre-igniter. It makes the later shots fire 30% slower, but 30% of every 0.75 seconds? Turns out that's still pretty fast. So I think that's probably pretty good. We'll see. We'll see. We have a lot of points to spend before we could actually turn that online, because we do not have any of the weapon upgrades currently, as far as I know. We have... what? Internal upgrades, weapons... yeah, no performance upgrades. So we'd have to put, like, 200 scrap into weapons before we'd be able to use that thing with the pre-igniter. So I don't know if that's going to be where we spend our money. But let's keep jumping. We got more stuff to do here anyway. Let's get to Ellie's quest and see what that's going to involve. A rebel checkpoint identifies you as Federation.
You'll regret coming here, scum.
Well, we might. They actually have a clone bay there. Let's do nothing. Their weapons seem awful, though. They have no evasion because they're not a station. Thing to notice with the upgrades, the penalty is on top of the internal, so it's actually only 10% slower. Oh, that's a good point. It means it's slower than it would have been beforehand, but effectively it's barely slower. Hey, boarding drone, I didn't approve of that. Get out of our doors. Alright, that guy's dead. Let's get some crew in here to help murder this. I don't really want that in the door control if they're going to be boarding us a lot more than this. Let's go ahead and breach bomb their clone bay just to really send a message to the one guy who's already dead. And they're gonna have a whole bunch of crew there, so they'll be fine. But that guy is probably gone now. Let's get you out of there because there's no point in having you sitting in a suffocating room when we don't have to. Let's open up some of these internal doors, and we should be able to fix the oxygen pretty fast too. They've got more crew coming to board. The air fryer is almost ready. I think this is going to be the place we're going to test out the air fryer, just to really see how much it fries. All right, air fryer. It's a pretty big area, but let's engage the air fryer auto fire. Oh yeah, that's a lot. It shoots twice per salvo, too. Really? The doors again? That's so mean. Alright, that thing is ridiculous. Little survived the explosion on the station. You scrap the hull and move on, getting a missile, a drone part, and 24 scrap. We need fuel, though, please. Alright, so yeah, we know now that we have pretty absurd firepower available. Let's send people back to stations. If we're trying to do boarding, we might want to leave this off for now and use the Purifier Ion combo still, because this lets us snipe out rooms better. This is more for killing people. So, I have a feeling that what we're going to wind up doing here is if we're fighting a ship where boarding is going to work, we'll use these two. And if it's not, we're going to immediately switch to the Airfire Breach Bomb combo, because that is ridiculous. 2 shots per charge is the part that I didn't notice. The little breach chance and stun chance is pretty normal. The hull damage and crew damage is also pretty normal. But the 2 shots per charge is what makes it even more ridiculous. Yeah, gonna be super useful for melting the flagship in seconds, I'm sure. Let's jump to Ellie's quest and see what they're gonna want us to do here. This is where Ellie demanded that you, superfan, escort her. Before you is some kind of orbit-bound warehouse, surrounded by various Union transport ships and a single autoship manufactured by Wentworth Innovations. Next to it is a small ship, likely some kind of mobile office. Despite the dinky size, the economics of the scene suggest a rather large expense went towards it all. Let's approach. You dock near the cargo ships and enter the warehouse to see rows upon rows of merchandise for various colorful animal-themed characters. Dora the Durgan, Cammy the Kalhalu, Remy the Rekma, and most of all, Sammy the Spider. Despite the mundaneness of that last one, he seems to have the most dedicated merchandise in the room. There isn't a single piece dedicated to Ellie, and you can tell she's fuming. Where's Wrigley? Ellie doesn't hear you, instead moving closer to the shelves. She looks fondly at the other characters, silently recalling old memories, but when she gets to the Sammy aisle, she suddenly turns aggressive, throwing various novelty items like singing animatronics and spider-flavored ice cream onto the floor, kicking over shelves, and repeatedly plunging her knife into the heart of a large stuffed spider. Amidst all the noise, you hear a door open and a rather rotund man shout, slightly muffled by some food sloppily shoveled into his mouth, "What the? Who are you people? Why are you here?" When his eyes finally land on Ellie, his composure changes rapidly, first to bemusement, then to horror, then to hysteria. "Stefan, you raving mad lunatic! You're still wearing that horse costume? You know, that costume belongs to me, you little runt. I don't suppose you've come to bring it back to me, though, have you?" Finally, the man seems to notice your crew. "Who's your friends? Wait, Stefan! Did you hire a bunch of renegades to kill me? Oh my god, this is hysterical. I can't even... What is wrong with you? You put the human species to shame. This is the behavior of a Zoltan pugilist or a brain-dead, drug-snorting mantis. You can't kill me anyways. I have security! The man shouts, and a security team enters the room, and an automated drone activates outside. Oh, fight off security. We can beat them, no problem. Exactly. Drug snorting mantis. That's us. We're here to murder you, friend. To get to Wrigley, we'll have to take out the automated security first. Then we can decide what to do from there. Well, good thing we just got a ship murdering laser. Let's do nothing here, but turn on the murder beam. All right. That is a lot of guns and a hacking. We don't love that. Oh no, not our drone control. Anything but that. Breach bomb them in the weapons. They've bombed us in the drone control. Guys, you've already hacked our drone control. You did it. Ow. Okay. Don't like the beam hit, though. That's mean. Thankfully, the air fryer is still online. That was the thing that would have been bad if it had been hit. And unfortunately, the breach bomb is offline, so we can't hit it again. As long as they don't hit the weapons before we get to start firing, we should be okay. I don't know what the best place to aim this is, because they're all gonna have a lot of shots missing, but whatever. Let's fire away. We do need to get our helm back working, because right now it's not working. Oh, come on! Really? Of all the rooms on the ship, you hit the weapons again? Okay. I guess I gotta get you out of the room before the breach bomb hurts you. And unfortunately, the air fryer is back to full timer. That's really annoying. Let's turn the breach bomb on so we can put another hole in this thing. That is pretty rude. Let's get you in here, and you in here, and you in here. The hacking doesn't matter, but the rest of it is... Come on! Alright. So much for evasion. We're just getting hit by everything. That is fine, though. We can deal with it. Maybe we can't deal with it. We're gonna die here. This guy is actually killing us. And it keeps taking out our helm, so we can't escape or dodge. This is bad. Let's breach bomb the weapons again. Let's get our other two crew... I need to put out the fires so we have our engines working, and we need to be able to dodge, so I need to get that working too. Bomb hits an empty room for a change. That's good. We are suffocating a little, but I should be able to solve that problem just by opening the doors now the fire is out. Engines are repaired, but they're not fully fixed. We need another breach bomb to hit here. Good. One more should make us safe. They can fix the breaches pretty fast. But we need to be able to dodge so they can't hit us with another breach bomb where we don't want. That beam is nasty, though. When it was able to get through, it's punching holes and causing so much trouble. So they did fire another bomb at us. It did go to an empty room, though. We love that for us. Okay. Let's repair the systems. Now we should be able to take them out. One more breach bomb in the weapons. Turn the air fryer back on. I don't actually like that thing being turned on, because it's the ion that's giving us a hard time, but at least the beam's off now. And we need to keep the breaches going so they can't fix it. So let's get our crew back into their normal positions and heal up. Oh, I guess I gotta heal the slugs first before I can send them back to normal positions. That's fine, we'll figure it out here. Once they're healed, we should be able to go. I'm gonna breach the weapons again, just to make sure they don't get to hit us. We have so many missiles, we can afford to burn some like this. They did hit us in the radar, which is annoying, but now all they have left is the bomb, so they can't actually do system damage. So they can slow us down now, but they can't actually stop us. Let's send people back to their normal rooms. And let's have you go and fix the breach in here. Well, no, you're powering our weapons. We need that to work. Let's send Steak Knife in here to fix this. Close the rest of the internal doors. Open these. No, I want this one to be closed and this one to be open, because he should be able to put the air back into that breached room. It sounds like there's a fire, though, somewhere. I just don't know where. Air fryer is up and ready to go, so let's start frying. And one more time, just for good measure, do not bomb us in the weapons again. Okay, the weapon missed. Now they should be dead pretty fast. Let's turn our sensors back on and auto-fire this, please. Wow, that was a nasty fight. These guys did way more damage than I would have anticipated. Thankfully, they are now dead. Okay. Wrigley's security drone has been defeated. You scrapped the remains, getting 2 missiles, a drone part, and 46 scrap. Let's find Wrigley again. Wrigley has left the warehouse and is now hiding in his office ship. He'd likely have taken off if it weren't for the fact that the ship was securely tethered to the station. You find him cowering underneath his desk, and as you approach, he scrambles for a wooden bat signed by some fameless Union sports star, but you beat him to it. Seems like he's finally taking you seriously.
Okay, you can keep the goddamn costumes, Stefan. I don't even want to imagine what depraved shit you've done in it. Just leave me alone. I don't care what crazy conspiracies you've concocted. I didn't get you booted off the show. That was all the higher-ups, okay? And it's not exactly a mystery why.
Ellie shakes her head.
No. You see, Wrigley, I know you and Vance talk. The Mars Day massacres, remember those?
Wrigley shifts in his seat uncomfortably. You can tell Ellie is doing this all for you, coaxing you into accepting what she's about to do to this man. She's not lying either. You've heard a bit about Spruce, and he goes way back with the Rebel Admiral and his parents. The question is it the best idea to murder him in cold blood right here and right now? Yeah. We've done a lot of crimes already this run. Why not do another crime? Sure. Stand back and let Ellie kill the guy. Ellie takes another step closer, and Wrigley's breath gets more and more erratic.
Wait, Stefan, let's think this through. How does a brand new line of Ellie merch sound? I can arrange it for you. It'd be like a retro pack, a throwback. Nostalgia for the old days.
Ellie smiles.
That sounds fabulotastic, Wrigley.
Wrigley breathes a sigh of relief and is promptly decapitated by a single stroke of Ellie's knife. His head hits the floor, and Ellie stands over the corpse to survey it.
Ellie will visit your funeral and let you know how the new merch sells. It'll do great, she promises.
Ellie grabs one of the forms off of Wrigley's desk and writes something down, folds it up into her pocket. She curtsies and gallops out of the room full stride. You notice a new vigor in her step as she leaves, and you waste no time in following her. She got repair skill? Or is that just he already had repair skill? I don't know. Did you change? Hold on a second. Let's get you back over here. Let's go fix these while we take a look at what's going on with our crew member here. Murdering people is what Mantis is all about? Yeah. They're Bloodlust level 2 now. Breaks down doors at 1.5 times speed. I don't know if that was there before. I think it did level up her repair and murder abilities a little bit. I'm a little uncertain about that. But I think the breaking down doors faster thing wasn't there before. A little uncertain about that one. Either way, that was nasty. We're gonna need to get some repairs done because ouch. Ouch and also ow. Let's send our crew back to their stations. I think we've got, what, 7 jumps left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 kind of thing. Looks good to me. We're unlikely to find a store at this sector because it's such a enemy hostile zone, but we might be able to just do the repairs ourselves, taking advantage of the empty beacon effect on our Slug gel, because we don't need all these drone parts and we can use those to do the repairs directly. I think it's drone parts. I might be thinking of the NG one that uses drone parts. Anyway, we can buy repairs at a bad price. Let's jump to an unvisited location and see what they've got for us here. We brace for impact as soon as you recognize the formidable hull of an MFK Ace. However, 2 things are wrong here. The first, their logo is not the usual eagle, but a very poorly drawn fish. The second, the ship isn't attacking. The second question is answered when they hail you. The captain is leaning back in his chair, feet on the dashboard, chewing on a sandwich.
You're lucky you caught us on our lunch break. You don't tell anyone about this, and we won't either.
So we can not fight them, or we can insult them. Your logo looks like it was drawn by a toddler. I've gotta say this. They have a Vulcan on there. This is a dangerous ship, but like, your logo looks like it was drawn by a toddler.
Hey! This was the original design, before the idiots in command decided to stick with the eagle instead.
Enraged, the ship attacks. Yeah, we knew that was gonna happen. Alright, they actually don't have boarding, so all of the fact that they have all these MFK aces is maybe not so bad for us this time. They do have a medbay down there, which is going to give us trouble if we don't blow it up, but the main problem is the weapons. Let's, last minute checkups, we can only do a single point of repair still, so that's not going to do us much good. Let's just fight. Actually, you know what? I'll take it. We need some repairs. Taking 1 point at a time is probably better than no points at no time. I think we're going to air fryer these guys. There's just a lot of nasty borders on there, and we can't really easily deal with them all. So, charging up the air fryer should let us take them out more easily than otherwise. The first breach bomb is probably going to go into their weapons, though, because we need to slow down the rate at which those things can kill us. So, breach bomb into weapons. Mind control is going to go on the pilot, because that means that's a dead soldier. R-bomb is away, and did take the Gatling out. They should be much less dangerous without the Gatling. We have really fast weapon recharge, so they shouldn't be able to do much to us here. And once our air fryer is up and firing, we should be laughing. Can I still fire at them when they're cloaked if I have crew on board the ship? I don't know if I can. I don't want to waste a bomb, though. It's unlikely to hit if they don't have anything there to fire it at. No Gatling for you. Our Gatling says hello. Yeah, those poor guys. Their retro fish design is not going to save them. The strange MFK ship has been defeated. We scrap the remains, getting a fuel, a drone part, and 55 scrap. We'll take it. There's obviously no stores around, so I think we need to decide what we want to spend our money on. We still have no fuel, so we can't reasonably get the shield upgrade that I want. So, I think instead, it's probably a good idea to check on Ellie's mental state, because she'll give us another quest to do. I don't know if it's a good idea to do all of Ellie's murder quests, because she'll probably go nuts before we're done here. But I don't know if it's a bad idea either. We could also bump up our weapons control a little bit, so we're less likely to get popped in one round, or save up for the bigger shields. Because the bigger shields will help us stop taking damage, which is the thing that's a big problem for us right now. So I'm kind of tempted to bump shields up to level 4. But let's see what Ellie has to say first. You find Ellie sorting through some merchandise she stole from the warehouse. You don't remember her doing that, but you don't bother asking. When she finally notices you watching her, she looks up and smiles the same menacing smile once again.
Ready for another superfan? We did super fantastic-alicious last time, and I can't wait to get another off my list.
She makes a hoarse noise and pretends to prance around. Who's next? I'm not comfortable doing this right now. Who's next? Ellie pulls out her list again, which you notice now to have been hastily scribbled on the back of a receipt.
Let's see. Okay, of course. Old Huey Armstrong, Chief Legal Consultant for Flower and Sunshine Studios. He was always so boring. Yap, yap, yap. All he did was talk about mumbo-jumbo legal stuff. Children aren't entertained by law. They're entertained by Ellie the Equinoid. But of course, you know that superfan. He was also on, I think he did some stuff for Vance. He's probably a human supremacist. Ellie doesn't like human supremacists. Ellie loves all creatures equally, so long as they understand that Ellie belongs on the air, for the people to see. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's go!
Alright. This is gonna be trouble, I think. We are quickly losing any kind of, at least this person is also a horrible criminal. These are just people Ellie personally doesn't like that we are going to go murder for her. But I mean, we're gonna do it. Right? So like, there you go. Now, we could upgrade our weapons firing speed. We're already down to 25 seconds out of this, instead of 32. And if we invest in some of the weapon upgrades instead, that'll make it faster, which is nice if we need to kill people with it, because like we saw there, we get interrupted in the weapons relatively quickly. So, being able to not have that be a problem would be pretty nice. The weapons upgrade costs missiles and scrap, which is pretty affordable. And weapon speed is always good. So I kind of want those level 4 shields, but for now, if we're going to rely on the air fryer to kill people, getting the performance upgrades here I think is going to be just a good way to kill them faster. So let's grab both of those for now. That gives us a 21-second charge time, which is pretty nice. And we could go for the Aether upgrade, but I don't know. I guess it's ridiculous, so like there's no reason not to do it. Right? Like, this thing already kills people in seconds. If we want to turn on the kill them even in more in seconds upgrade, like why not? Why not? Weapons automatically charge to full with every jump. Weapons and artillery have their fire rate reduced by 30%. That's okay, perform the upgrade. Let's try this out. We now have an instant death air fryer. Do I think it's the best use of our money? Maybe not. Is it an incredibly good use of our money? Probably still is, yeah. I'm just a little worried about being dead, but if we can activate the air fryer instantly, then, I mean, the odds of us being dead is pretty low, so let's go to the quest beacon over here, I guess. We only have 6 jumps left, so if we spend our time in all of these, we'll get that. So let's jump to the quest beacon here and keep hopping. Following the transponder, you detect a well-hidden slug ship preying upon a civilian shuttle. We attack the slug ship, of course.
Oh, shoot! The Federation found us!
They quickly change targets to attack us instead. Well, let's fight them. Let's do some last-minute checkups, actually, and do another point of repair. All right, let's just test our new super weapon. Oh, they cloaked immediately, and then they hacked our doors. That could be worse. This is a problem, though. This is a problem. We need to immediately try and leave this room, because our crew is trying to murder Steak Knife. As soon as they reappear, we'll be able to hit them, but that is a pretty nasty hack, mind control rather, right there. We can unmind control them. That solves the problem also. But immediately making sure we don't kill our own person is the fastest priority there. Okay. Let's go ahead and blast these guys to bits just to see how it goes. We could probably take them. A breach bomb in the clone bay and then a bunch of boarding could kill them out pretty good. But I want to test our new super weapon. Yeah. I mean, that does the job pretty good, doesn't it?
They say, okay, we'll give back the accounts we stole. Just let us live!
I think we actually do need that for this quest, right? Like, the whole premise is that the guy had all of his accounts stolen and chased them. So if we don't accept the surrender, he still loses all of his account access and he'll still be mad. So as much as I'd love to murder these slugs, we're gonna accept their surrender because I think that's what the quest needs.
There, see? We've released the accounts back. No returns on deductions already made.
Wow, they teleport out instantly when you do that. If you had borders there, do you just lose them? Let me check. Yes, I can see my accounts again. You're a lifesaver, Renegade. Let me see what I can spare. The civilian sends you some scrap as a reward. That is a terrible reward, bud. I would have gotten more for killing those guys. That's all I get? Ugh, okay, helping him was a mistake. This guy had nothing of worth. That's unfortunate. All right, well, it is what it is. We are gonna keep jumping. Still no likelihood of getting a store. I'm a little worried about going to another Ellie quest here because the last one beat us up so bad. But we'll see what happens. We've arrived at a seemingly ordinary beacon, but scans show a slip tunnel opening. Someone with an MV drive is jumping in nearby. We wait in apprehension, but the tunnel only continues to get bigger. From out of the tunnel comes a massive cruiser vessel of NG design. The ship appears to be made of various parts from different styles of NG ships, an odd amalgam unlike anything you've ever seen. Well, they have a special weapon on board, but if we blow them up, we're probably not going to get it, so if we use the air fryer, it's probably gone. Let's continue and see what happens. They have a lot of weapons. I can sense a presence.
Federation. Federation. The agitation in my nanites, it drives me to kill. The lust for blood is overwhelming. Apologizing, death must come.
They're taking a lot of NG borders, which is weird. Let's go ahead and buy our 1 point of repairs again. Alright, what is happening here? They have... I don't know what that is. Oh, it's a gun with a boarding drone sticking out the back. I thought it was like a really weirdly shaped gun, but no, it's just a gun with a boarding drone paused mid-launch. This thing looks like some kind of nasty ion, more bad ion. So, we're definitely not going to want them to let us hit us with those. Do I want to air fryer them to death? Maybe. I'm going to breach bomb their weapons immediately because I don't want to deal with that. They teleport into our helm, which is annoying. Let's go send the team in to stop that from being a problem. Are we going to air fryer them? We might. Let's... They do have a med bay, not a clone bay. And they're attacking with boarding NG, which is pretty funny. I think if we just breach bomb them in the drone control to turn off their defensive abilities there, we could probably go take them out and guarantee we get whatever their fancy thing is. But because it's an NG ship, it is probably going to wind up being a... let's mind control you. It is probably going to wind up being a drone of some kind that we may not actually want. They actually got them back home, kind of surprisingly. Okay, well, let's make sure they still don't kill us, because if we take out the weapons, then they're definitely not going to be doing much else to us. Do I just blow them up? We can just blow them up. We've used a bunch of missiles on upgrading our weapons, so spending too many of them here is maybe not the wisest move, but like... What is this little drone gonna do? It targets projectiles, but the air fryer does not care about that. I think we are gonna send our crew back to positions. I'd love to turn the medbay on. That guy actually left to go destroy our drone control, despite the fact that we don't have one. I could air fry them. It's just a matter of, is that what I want? Let's hit them with one bullet at least. Now it's on super speed if we so choose to leave it running. I can leave it running, but I might not. Yeah, the fuel is a problem, but the problem is we have been doing a lot of boarding kills where we haven't gotten fuel anyway. So, you sent over one dude? What are you guys doing? Just because killing them might give us more fuel doesn't actually mean it will. We have consistently not gotten much in the way of fuel rewards. We can probably just send the crew in there and shred them, though. If we just do a breach bomb in the drone control real quick. That turns this guy off, but I don't know if it does anything to their battle drone. No, he's still running. So we would have to deal with that, but one battle drone against 4 powerful boarding crew shouldn't be much of an issue. And they keep boarding us one at a time, which is kind of funny, but also a little bit annoying, because I want to go board them. Alright, team, get in there and kill that NG. Turn the medbay on, so he'll be full health once it's done. Move power to a more efficient arrangement here. Breach bomb, I think I'm going to hit them in the drone control again. Maybe I'll hit them in the medbay, but I want to hit them in the medbay when we're actually boarding. Yeah, we could just send the horse to do it, but I do want to actually heal the rest of our crew here, so it's not terrible to have them in there. Now we can send our crew in, the boarding drone should be offline, and it'll give us a good opportunity to smack them around a little bit. If we jump into the... weapons might be the best spot. They're going to run into the medbay afterwards, but then we should be able to breach bomb it and kill the people who try and run. Also, we don't want to necessarily be in the room with the breach in it, because our suzerain does not like suffocating. And they do have all their stuff back online, so we might take a little damage here if I'm not careful. But I think this will work out. Oh, they do have NG medbots also, don't they? That's annoying. Okay, let's blow up the medbay. That should stop the medbots from being very effective. It actually didn't blow up the medbay. Okay, maybe this is a mistake. We might have to get out of here and just kill these guys, because, this is a little inconvenient. They are going to be running in here, though, which means the breach bomb is going to start cooking some of these poor, healing people. Because the breach bomb does good damage to crew also. Unfortunately, we are taking a lot of damage on our borders, which isn't my favorite. And it still didn't take it out. All right. I would love to blow this up, and I think we could manage it, but with 4 NG in there and a little bit more than we can do with the breach bombs, I think we are going to have to just kill them the old-fashioned way. And it's probably better. We'll watch for a minute longer here to see if we change our mind. Because that'll be the drone destroyed. There's no room in there for more crew. Oh, there is, because I mind-controlled someone. There is enough room in there to get one more crew in. I didn't think about that. Well, let's breach bomb them one more time because they've been distracted by the border and haven't actually been doing repairs. So now they have to run. Yeah. We are taking some damage again. But now these guys should be dead. We are taking a lot of pain. I want to wait until he fixes the breach, and then we're going to send our crew in here. Oh, I can't go through the door! Turn off the breach bomb. Alright, we're in. As long as we kill him before the drone gets here, we're good. Yes. The mighty vessel has been vanquished. Within the now cleared cruiser, plenty of scrap and supplies remain for the taking, getting 1 fuel, 1 missile, 1 drone part, and 54 scrap. You're also surprised to find a special drone amongst the wreckage. You've never seen a drone like this before, so you imagine it's a custom model made by the Renegades themselves. 2 fuel, 2 missiles, 22 scrap, and a Trinity Drone M. I don't know what that is. We did take a bunch of damage at the end there, which is pretty unfortunate. Let's teleport our team back home. Flash the healing on. Oh, it doesn't flash because we have breaches in the hull still. That'll go away pretty soon, though, so then it won't matter. The Mantis were clenching whatever part they can clench in that fight. Honestly, I think the Mantis would have been fine. There was enough room to maneuver people around that the drone wouldn't have been a problem. I would have just put the biggest health Mantis on that position, and we would have been able to outlast them no matter what. The important part was that the enemy didn't get to repair their medbay because I mind-controlled someone in the room. That was what really made the difference there. Alright, though. We have a Trinity drone that I need to learn what it does. What is this? Current mode anti-missile. This special drone can toggle between 3 separate modes of defense, shooting down missiles, drones, or all projectiles. Huh. Interesting. I guess you want to set that up before you start the fight, because if they don't have missiles, you can set it to everything. If they don't have drones, you can set it to anything, and you can basically just maneuver around through the things you want to hit them with. Seems pretty good. We only need 1 more power to be able to use it. We have a lot of drone parts. We might try that. Alright, we do still badly need healing and repairs, though, and we're not going to find any. So we might be in trouble if we go to Ellie's quest, because these Ellie quests do seem pretty dangerous. What are we going to invest in now, though? We need a lot of power. We need a lot of defense. We are really good on offense, but we are a little behind on other things. I'm tempted to get piloting level 2 also, just so that we get hit 1 damage in the piloting. It doesn't drop us dead like happened in the other fight. So I'm going to buy that now, just to give us a little bit more buffer zone. I think the next thing we probably want might actually be to be able to turn this drone on if we so choose, because if that's the most dangerous thing they've got is missiles, not having to worry about that would be pretty sick. So let's buy some power and another drone energy bar so we can actually play around with some of these things if we need to. Don't know if it's super efficient, but it should be pretty good. It's in missile mode right now? Yeah. Alright, team. Let's go find out what Ellie's optional quest is. Actually, we have one more to go first. We gotta go this way, then Ellie's, then exit. You think the drone and the Gatling is checkmate? Probably is, because it should make us pretty hard to kill, but let's not count our chickens before we've eaten them. An MFK Ace ship is conversing with a transport, surprisingly not on an encrypted frequency. However, it seems obvious why. They're talking of nothing important, and you consider just passing them by when suddenly the conversation shifts. The MFK, addressing the transport's captain, asks,
"So you're heading to the Protectorate, right?"
The transport captain nods, briefly taking a cigarette out of his mouth, thought it was simple, "Yes, sirree." The Protectorate? Keep listening. The Ace leans in closer, eager to pry more details from the captain.
"Really now? You gotta tell me what goes on in there. Years ago, Vance brought this scruffy little blonde kid to training and said it was his nephew or something. He was some 3 years our junior, but he kicked every Ace's ass in combat practice, then waddled off to go draw a horse with some crayons on the wall. Then one day, Vance came back and yanked the kid. Don't know what happened to him, but after I heard about Director Black retired, Vance put her in the Protectorate to watch over his nephew."
The other rebel captain nods, but the look on his face suggests he's growing impatient. Yeah, okay, cool exposition, but why are you telling me this? Aren't you supposed to be off, I don't know, killing feds? I got a job to do, buddy. I can't stay here on my ass all day. Get to the point. The Ace shrugs, displeased about his tone.
"Look, what I'm asking for is some, inside info. Surely you got some if you go to and from that place all day."
Captain shakes his head.
"First off, anything I could tell you, I can't. Closed lips on all that jazz. Second off, I don't know shit either. All I'll say is this. Rumors are right about Syra running the place, and she keeps a tight ship. I've never been past the wall. Well, a glimpse, but it's nothing special. Now get out of my way."
The MFK Ace is indignant that even he has been refused information, but he only growls and moves the ship out of the transport's way. "If you want to pursue this, now's your chance." Okay, I guess we're gonna follow these guys. Follow that transport. You take this moment to reveal yourself, and immediately the transport begins to charge its FTL drive. The MFK Ace flings itself to face you, its weapons charging. You've got to be quick about this. Well, you know what, guys? Quick is one thing that we are. Let's do some last-minute checkups, buy 1 point of repairs, and engage the killing gun. Their weapons actually seem like they're pretty bad, so I'm not too worried about that. Let's anti-mind control ourselves. They will soon come to realize that the air fryer can deal with this ace in record time. Let's go ahead and hit... What do I want to hit with this? Breach bomb can go somewhere. I guess I'll save it. I don't think we need it. Like, these guys are going to be dead in seconds. My instinct is I should probably use all my weapons, but I don't need to. The air fryer just kills people. The MFK Ace has been destroyed. You hastily scrap the remains, then check in on the transport, getting 53 scrap and a Pierce Laser Mark II. That's neat. The transport makes every attempt to flee, and you follow them in hot pursuit. Unfortunately, they manage to slip away, but not all is lost. During the struggle, you manage to get a lock on their FTL signatures, and now you can follow them during hyperspeed. Okay, so we have 2 alternative areas we can go, and I don't know if we actually have time to go to both of them, which is a little unfortunate. We can go to the Protectorate or the Zone of Alien Spiders. Let's go find out what Ellie's quest is going to do to us, but I think what the short version is the air fryer is going to cook them. So let's go to this spot. A rather bland and uninteresting law firm has been constructed nearby with a sign that reads, Armstrong and Lawrence Law Firm. Not that you've seen many in your day, but if you had to imagine, this one is unique in how mind-numbingly dull it is. Despite the drabness, it reeks of that particularly potent odor of the wealthy, and staring at the building makes you want to commit more violence than ordinary. It's probably best to get this over with quickly. Well, we go in. We step aboard the law firm and gag on the musty smell of the office rooms. Ellie doesn't seem two-faced, as if she's been in this room many times before. The idea is reaffirmed as she flawlessly navigates her way through rows upon rows of cubicles and labyrinthine office installments. She finally comes to stop at a door labeled Armstrong. She takes a gigantic, over-exaggerated breath, then slams her fist through the door and yanks it off its hinges. Inside the room, a thin man glances up. As if he's startled by this violent entrance, he doesn't show it.
Stefan, back from the dumpster bin, are you?
Huey lights a cigarette and leans back in his chair.
You know you'll have to pay for those damages, right?
You don't look like a Huey. Your office smells terrible, or you shouldn't smoke. It's bad for you. All right. Your office smells terrible.
Yes, and so do you.
The man peers over his spectacles to get a better look at you.
Judging from the ugly mug, I'm going to guess you're undesirables. Vigilantes.
And so what if we are?
Let me remind you that in the precedent of the Rusting Hulks incident, the Union outlawed vigilante work.
Huey smiles smugly as if he said something rather cunning.
That means you're operating outside of the law.
Okay, and? Finally, the man's composure seems momentarily broken, as if he didn't expect you to not care about the law.
Never mind. Stefan, would you care explaining why you've dragged this riffraff into the room?
Ellie, however, isn't paying attention. Instead, she's wandered over to the wall, where you notice the only personal decorations you've seen in the entire building. Various framed and signed portraits of the formerly Ellie the Equinoid show are up on the wall, including Sammy the Spider. Ellie is, of course, nowhere to be seen. Ellie laughs nervously.
Huey, where's my photo?
She points to the wall where Sammy's photo is.
Mine used to be right there. Now it's just some insect. Children don't like insects. Why would you do this? Why would you do this? Did you lose it?
Huey frowns.
No, I threw it away because you're a has-been, a washed-up lunatic with no future. The company had its use of you, but Wentworth wanted you canned.
Huey smiles as if he knows some kind of dark secret.
It was inevitable, and all your fault, too.
You notice Ellie has begun to shake, and her eyes glaze over again.
My fault? Ellie the Equinoid is the most beloved character in all of media history. I entertained the children. Washed up has-been. My career isn't over, unlike yours that's about to be.
She lunges for Huey, but the thin man slips out of the way and activates a panic switch under his desk. Alarms flash, and you can tell security has been called. Time to get to work or get out of here. Let's fight off the security. Security isn't quite what you expect. A rebel elite, in fact. If there's any clue in that this firm might be tied to Vance, this is a sure one. Either way, it's time to take down some rebels. Alright, well, let's do one repair again, because we need to try and get our repairs where we can. They've got a missile launcher, flak, and a laser, and a drone of some kind. Let's try this Trinity drone out. We can, so let's do it. We're going to blow these guys up in record speed, so it might honestly not even matter. But in case that missile launcher does matter, now it doesn't. I have a feeling the missile launcher's not going to matter, though, because this is some ridiculous firepower. Will they get to shoot? Oh, we shot all the flak down, too. Interesting. Well, they're dead. We took 1 damage, I think. Or maybe just 1 system damage. Our health looks the same. The Rebel Elite, and consequently, Huey's security, have been dispatched. You scrap the remains, getting 3 fuel, a drone part, and 53 scrap. We find Huey again. By the time you've landed your ship, you're just in time to see Huey running out of the building, but he doesn't get far. Ellie jumps in the way and pushes him to the ground, resting her boot on his face and grinding it against the rough concrete. Huey screams, but can only just be heard over Ellie's maniac laughter.
Stefan, stop! I will sue you to Kingdom Come!
Only then does it seem to finally dawn on the dried-up lawyer that Ellie doesn't care about the legality of the situation.
Okay, Stefan, listen. Maybe we can talk this through. Your beef is with Wentworth, right? Or the divorce? I know I represented your wife during that dispute. It was an honest mistake.
He struggles to spit out the word mistake.
But I can get you in touch with Wentworth, okay? I can be useful.
Ellie spits on the ground next to Huey.
The only thing I hate more than a double-crosser is one who will double-cross for both sides. What kind of degenerate morals did they teach your generation? I aspire to teach children positivity and friendship and kindness. You represent crooks and genocidal maniacs and keep them out of hot water when they want to start race riots and provoke civil wars.
Ellie lingers on that last thought, as if she wants to say more, but stops. She reaches for her knife slowly, making sure Huey can see her motions and quiver in fear. Well, we're already in the murder mode, so let's let Ellie murder this guy. Ellie draws her knife and gets on her knee, holding the blade up to Huey's arm. She begins to cut away sections from his flesh, gross, while whistling a merry tune from her show. At least you think that's what she's whistling, because you can't hear it very well between the screaming and sobbing from Huey. You notice various other workers fleeing the scene and turning to point and scream at Ellie's violence before them. Once the screams have finally stopped and Huey's corpse is barely even recognizable, Ellie finally stops and gets up. The blood spatters over her uniform are fairly disconcerting, but you can tell Ellie is certainly being invigorated by this.
Another one down! Doo-doo-doo! Super fantastic!
Alright, let's get you in here and continue our war crimes adventures. Did that change you at all? Active ability can temporarily break down doors instantly and deal double damage. Yeah, Ellie's bloodlust is getting higher. Alright. Back to your station's team. We have 2 jumps before we're out of the sector. We're not getting much in the way of fuel still, annoyingly. But honestly, at this point, with the air fryer turned on, they just go down so fast. Let's go check on Ellie's mental state again. Well, actually, I'm gonna wait at least one more jump, just in case it thinks we can get there and then get out this sector. So let's go here instead, and then get to the exit beacon next. This beacon hosts a rebel transport. It's safe to bet this ship is most likely carrying some special tech. If you can kill its crew, the cargo will be yours. Can we do that? Maybe. They're gonna try and run, though. Let's demand the surrender of their goods and see what happens. We prepare to secure their cargo by force. If nothing else, we can just kill them and then take the rewards from the murder. They don't look like they want to fight and are trying to escape. We knew that already. Whoa, that's a fast-moving drone. What are these guys? These are just generic rebels. Looks like it. Alright, in that case, I think they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crew, so we just breach bomb this and hope it's destroyed. It is destroyed, and that means we can just board them, and they should be dealt with before they can really do anything to stop us. So let's jump our crew into the teleporter and go to town. Because now they've got... They did board us! You fools! We were just boarding you! Alright, well, you know what? Here, have a little bit of venting for free before you come into this room and get beat up by our crew. They do have a big missile I don't really want to get hit by, so I think we will go ahead and turn on the Trinity missile defense, just to see how good it does. And just for fun, let's mind control these guys so they can't leave the room as easily. And since we're here, let's also turn on Steak Knife's Rampage mode. Doubles combat damage, instantly breaks doors for 7 seconds. Turn on Rampage mode, and that also charged really fast. Oh, we accidentally fired a bomb again. I gotta stop auto-firing that. We don't have enough bombs to do unnecessary bombing. These guys are gonna be dead in a second. He did come home! That's what I was hoping would happen. The crew is dead, leaving us with the ship. Its cargo is ours for the taking. Aboard is the special tech we expected, which we bring back. We get 3 fuel, 2 missiles, 45 scrap, and a Charge Laser Mark II. A Rebel-painted Charge Laser Mark II. I don't have enough room for all these toys. The Charge Laser Mark II, a special loot weapon. See tooltip in the inventory to see the improvements over the base version. It has a minus 1.5 second cooldown and a plus 20% fire and breach chance. That's kind of cool. So the charge time is only 3 seconds, which is insane. 4 shots? Yeah, that's pretty wild. All these things are ridiculous. Let's swap this for that Charge Laser Mark I. We have so many big toys, I can't use them all. And teleport the team home. So many fun toys, we literally don't have room for all the things. Alright. I need to start putting points into our weapons so that we can use our ridiculous arsenal. Because it is truly a ridiculous arsenal. What do we even want to use in combination? The air fryer already kills things so fast. The charge laser would give us another 4 shots instantly and give us more really fast firings, just to really like machine gun things down. I was planning on using the Nightshade missiles, but I don't think we have room for them anymore. The charge laser only takes 2 power, which makes it pretty good. The pierce laser is a single shot through 4 shield charge. I want to sell this because it's worth a lot. I don't think we're going to use it. And the anti-hull beam, I want to sell that too. Yeah, we got a lot going on here. What even... what even do I want to spend my money on? We have a couple of different options that would be pretty good here, because bumping our weapons up would let us use more of the silly toys that we've got now. Like, even just turning that charge beam on, it's gonna be ridiculously fast on the actual ship, isn't it? Right? Because it's 3 seconds charge right now. If we put that in here instead, it's only, yeah, okay, it's not that much faster, only 2.7. But it's still really fast charging. We don't really need the ion damage anymore since the air fryer blasts through everything anyway. Unfortunately, I think the purifier beam might be done, but it's what gives us our cool extra options. And no, we can't rename weapons. It's just this one special weapon that you hand build that you can rename. Okay, I think... let's put 1 more point into weapons. Now we can bring that online too, because that should work for the rest. Oh, the air fryer we did name. That was the one that we that we customized. But turn off the Trinity drone. Oh, that's fun. It kind of just like flies off in the direction it was moving. That's cute. And I guess I have a little bit more power than I need. It's all good. It's all good. Do I buy my 1 last power bar? Yeah, why not? Alright, power's maxed out. We'll need to get a backup battery if we want more. Let's hit the exit beacon and get out of here. Okay, we've arrived at the long-range beacon. Let's explore. Well, actually, I want to do something aboard the ship because I want to repair our damage. But let's explore anyway and see... because sometimes you can do both. No, it's not worth it. I gotta repair. Oh, I don't have enough money! Oh, no! I can't actually do that. We spent all our money. Okay, that's fine. Let's perform a task then. No, that's the one I was on? Do nothing? Oh, I wasted the Explorer option. That's stupid. That was a poor choice on my part. I wanted to go back to Explorer, but I can't. Oops. Well, let's see what Ellie's mental state is saying now. You find Ellie staring at a pack of stolen cigarettes in her hand, pondering them deeply. When she notices you, she stashes them in her suit and spins around in a circle. Another day, another entry on the list to cross off! Yippee! I am super duper franticastically excited for the next one. That word threw me for a loop for a second. Who's next? We're going after my old ex-friend, Remy the Wreckma. He plays poker with some friends at a local establishment and we're gonna crash his little party. He was always so funny with his goofy accent and those big ears of his. Too bad he didn't have my back when I was sacked. I saw that traitorous ne'er-do-well shaking hands with Sammy and welcoming him onto the cast the week before I got the pink slip. And traitors deserve a little payback, don't you think? Alright, so now we're just murdering other members of the crew who seem less and less related to the overall rebel conspiracy, but that's kind of what we expected. Alright. Let's get out of here. We have the Ministry Capital and the Spectral Wastelands, both of which sound fun, but we're probably going to go to a different sector instead because we can. We have 2 different sectors we can choose between, though, which is a little bit of a pain. Let's go Ministry Capital for now and then see what their choices are. We've entered hyperspeed. Around us swirls distant stars and planets as they fly past at breakneck speed. The only option is to proceed to the Zoltan capital, but that's a lie because the actual option is on the next page, which I think is silly. If they're going to give you the option to change where you go, why isn't it here? I'm not proceeding to the Zoltan capital, I'm going to one of the other places. But let's proceed anyway. So normally, this would be the capital of the Zoltan Ministry, but we're going to reroute, because I've never done this before. So this does sound like you would miss quests that would have spawned. So that's not great, because that means we're probably going to miss Ellie's quest, and I don't know what's going to happen with that. But we can either go to the Infested Sector or the Jerome Protectorate. So this is where the spiders are, and presumably this is like the inside of the rebels. And I think we're gonna go here. The infested sector is interesting, but this sounds like it's the place where the rebel leader keeps their like ultra powerful nephew and their important crew and team members. So if we're here to destroy the rebels, this sounds more interesting to me than the infected sector. Although I bet you this has some cool ship you can unlock. That's the only downside, is if you can get a ship from the infested sector, that means you can get a cool giant alien spider ship, and I kind of want a ship of giant alien spiders. But I want to know what's in the Jerome Protectorate too. I guess we'll just have to go back to the Rebel Stronghold again. I don't know who Jerome is. It might be the name of the nephew. Let's jump to the infested sector, I suppose, and see what they've got in store for us, because if there's a spider ship, I want the cool spider ship. Let's go get spiders. I don't know if I can do both of these either. We might be able to go to the other one at the end of the sector, but because it'll probably put us in Sector 8, I don't know if that's possible or not. But let's go check it out anyway. Jump to the infested sector. You're about to reroute. Below is the Atlas entry for the sector, the Brood Stronghold. It's hostile with militia and pirates, has a spider hive, a Union sector under duress. These coordinates were given to you by the militia in hopes to assist with their spider infestation issues. Well, let's do it. Continue with the jump. You prepare to jump to the new coordinates and change your flight path accordingly. It does take another fuel to do that. The start beacon to this sector is littered in debris, not even worth salvaging. Data entries in this database seem to say this is a Union sector, but you don't think this display of destruction is usual in such places. A militia ship is guarding the entry beacon.
Who the hell are you? This sector's off entry. Didn't you hear? There's a bunch of damn bugs killing everyone who enters. Get out while you can.
Are you Commander Montgomery?
What? Yeah, but how'd you get that name?
He pauses for a moment.
Oh, are you the ship they told me was coming? Thank God, we're getting our asses handed to us. Senator Wright did not prepare the EDC for the Brood, and we've barely been able to keep the situation under control.
We heard there was another renegade here. What happened?
When we realized we didn't have the manpower to take down the Brood and destroy the giant alien spider nest, we called for backup. Some ex-Klansman named Irwin claimed he was the right pick, but that dumbass went missing a day after we hired him. No one trusted him, so we slapped a tracker on his ship, which is how I know he isn't dead. But I don't have the time to track him down. If you could find him and hopefully get his ass back in the fight, that'd be great.
What about the nest?
We're about to launch an assault, but we need to ready the Renfield bombs first.
Hey, Renfield bombs! That's that's a fun reference.
The Brood's lined up all their defenses, and we could use any additional fire support you could offer. I'll transfer the coordinates over to you. Nearby, there's a trading outpost that'll help you get situated before heading out. Be careful. These giant alien spiders, they're no joke.
Haha, he said the line. He said the line. Alright, let's sell all our junk. Sell the anti-hulls and the Pierces and the battle drone. That should give us some money to buy some fuel. Because we need repairs and fuel. Alright. We have a bunch of options here, but we don't need weapons or crew. So we are laughing on that front. I think we sell the Ion Barrage too, honestly. It was a good weapon, and it did some good work for us, but at this point, we don't really need Ion. We have so much raw damage that this isn't going to do us any good. And I'm kind of tempted to sell the Nightshade missiles too. They're cool, but like, I mean, at this point, we have so much firepower already sitting in our gear that we're not going to be able to use it, so I'm going to sell this one as well. More cash in the pocket to use our silly weapons. Now, Do I care about repairing more than this? We have a bunch of money left, and repairs will make this a little bit less stressful. I'm gonna grab 5 more. And let's grab a little bit more fuel, too. We'll take all they've got. Swampson. What an unfortunate name. Alright. We have a comically powerful arsenal here. We are going to invest in the Zoltan shields, though, just for fun. Aether Tech. Aether Shielding. We can afford it now. We're going to buy it. I want to see how it works. We install the upgrade, and now we have Aether Shielding. Is there anything else we want to buy? We've got super shields, super weapons. Do we care about other options other than just beefing up our equipment? No, I think we're good for now. Let's save the rest of our money. Now, I'm not sure what'll happen with the Ellie mission. We're going to check our map here to see. Irwin is listed, but Ellie's mission is in fact gone. There's the nest listed here in very dark text. Very hard to read that. If we go talk to Ellie again, what's going to happen? Does she give us the quest again or not? I don't know. For now, though, I think we're just going to go zip over to these because we don't want to miss them. And if the other quest is like over here, it'll be really annoying trying to get around to them all. So we'll just go do these built-in quests and then pick up what Ellie wants us to do next. If it'll even let us. We're in a question mark sector, so who knows how this is going to work. Anything else we can do before we leave? I don't think so. We've bought all the power we can afford to use, so now any upgrades we have are really just like filling space. I'm gonna buy the door upgrade actually. We're probably gonna have boarders coming in, so just slowing them down a little bit more is probably gonna be worth it. Let's keep jumping. We got lots of ground to cover here. When you jump when you notice a brood ship docked at the beacon, but they make no move to attack. Instead, they advertise a small bake sale with some donuts and cider. For spiders, by spiders, of spiders, says a pirate with a hatchling pet on their lap. There's our Undertale reference for the day. We could have a donut or ignore the brood ship. Well, we know this is just going to put a spider on our ship, but like, okay, let's have a donut.
Oh, so generous. We don't get many customers. Hopefully you intend to pay though, dearies. Donuts cost 999 scrap in these parts.
As the Undertale reference would imply. Hell no.
Oh, don't be silly. You aren't going anywhere without paying. I bet you'll make a great ingredient in my next cake.
You notice your engine's functioning at lower power. They must be using a combat augment. Oh wow, they're really operating at less power. Okay, well, unfortunately for them, they're going to regret fighting us, I think, because, well, they do have a couple of spiders in the crew. We have an air fryer and a big charge gun. They're going to get cooked pretty fast here. Now, all they seem to have weapons-wise... Okay, it's not all they have. They got a big laser and a small laser and a Ranceur beam. So we don't really want them hitting us with that. Is this a regular adult? Is this red one a weaver? There's a weaver in there. I'm going to mind control you. Let them kill each other a little bit here. We can charge beam in the room just to hit them once. I don't know if it's worth it, though. I'm going to fire the air fryer one time. And then we're going to fire... I fired a couple of times. We're going to fire the charge into the weapons. So they don't really want to deal with that. And then we're going to turn off the weapons for a minute. Because this crew is probably going to struggle with that being on fire, and this guy's dead, so that's one less spider to worry about. We know that the spiders take more damage from fires, and our leech is actually fine. Oh, I thought they were weak to fire too. We could board them here to give them more of a hard time with dealing with these problems, but they don't have any healing, so we should be able to kill them and see what happens if we clear out their ship. We also still have our Zoltan shield online, so, like, good luck. You're not going to be able to do much to us here. They are trying to deal with it, and it's giving them a hard time, which we like to see. let's go ahead and charge beam this room again and turn this all off so we don't kill them too fast. Okay, good. They're burning, and once the fire goes out, I think we're gonna board them and just kill everybody because they're not gonna have anything left. Don't know why that guy's healed. Oh, he's regenerating! Okay, I guess we have to board them now. I guess we have to board them now. That's fine. Get in here, kill this crew. They're all gonna die in a couple of hits anyway, so it's not gonna matter. The medic was able to heal the 2 people in there, but thankfully for us, that's not gonna stop our murder team from destroying them. And let's actually just get you guys in here so they can't fix that weapon room. Alright, problem solved. We wish the militia would pay us for each one of these ships we clear out, but at least the scrap matter is enough to satisfy us. 2 missiles, drone part, 52 scrap. We'll take it. Let's jump home. And again. Good mission. We got our no damage, despite having all of the engine damage done to us. I think we keep rolling here. They're moving pretty fast, so we're going to get up into here, and then we can spend our time messing around in the back end of the area. So let's get to the distress beacon first. A Brood vessel is firing upon a civilian ship, the same one that has sent out the distress signal. Civilians won't stand a chance unless you do something, so let's do something. Let's aid the civilians. We power up weapons and engage the pirate ship. Well, let's do nothing and fight these guys. They've got a bomb laser, a fancier laser, and a big ion weapon. They also have a 4-person teleporter and no healing again. Oh, they do have a medbay this time. My mistake. If they want to come over and say hello, that sounds good, but this... oh, they're just a weaver. They're not a murder... Oh, they are still a murder spider. 2 times combat damage. For some reason, I thought these guys were less murdery. Yeah, you go up there and you kill him. And while you're doing that, we're going to come over here and kill you. Are we? Well, first let's fire the air fryer, as we're supposed to, and then we charge beam down your medbay. Great. Now we board you in the teleporter. Oh, they boarded us. Guys, you're not listening. We were boarding you. You're not coming here. We're coming to kill you. Alright, that's a little bit inconvenient because the Mantis is going to be better at fighting than our Slug, but I can move someone over here to help battle these guys while they're on our ship. The bomb might be inconvenient. Where'd that go? I don't see it. Did it miss? I hope it missed. This should be basically their whole crew dead, except for the Weaver, unfortunately, because the Spider... It must have missed. I don't know where it went. Let's get you guys on weapons. The Spider mind control wound up not actually doing any damage. Let's take out their guns so they can't hurt us. With our whole team in here, this thing should go down very fast. They did fire another bomb at us. That is going to hit an empty room, though, so that's fine. Oh, it bounced off the Zoltan shield. You're right. I forgot that's how that works. All right. These guys are dead. No more life signs detected. We got a missile, a drone part, and 52 scrap, and we contact the civilians. Hey, the sector's been becoming increasingly dangerous for friends of the Federation. I think my crew can patch up some of your hull damages, thanks. Well, good thing we didn't spend all our points on repairing our hull, because they did it for us. Let's send people back to their stations. Toggle on the healing real quick, and we're looking good. 127 scrap. We could spend some of it before we go to the nest. Bind the doors was probably the most important thing that I wanted to be able to do. So, I don't know if we need anything else before we go in there. We could upgrade our mind control just to make it even better at getting spiders to kill things for us, but... do I care about any of this other stuff? I think saving up for the bigger shields is probably also good, because we have a really beefy shield recharge. So we'll just save our cash for now. Let's jump to the nest and see what it's all about. I'm assuming it's going to be a boarding absolute mess. We've arrived at the Spider Hive. This planet is appropriately spooky for what you're dealing with. In the skies, the militia and brood forces fight for control over the planet, but you're able to slip through the chaos and land on the surface near a giant cavern. You receive a distant hail from Montgomery, though it cuts in and out. You mate, delivery ship that bombs are in cavern. Need you find them and destroy the net. Brood and careful. Well, this is a terrible idea, but let's do it. You plunge into the darkness, guided only by the light from your own ship through the empty labyrinths of bedrock. You pass by what appears to be the wreck of a militia vessel, evidently the one carrying the bombs. You find them, fortunately, undamaged in the cargo and haul them back onto your ship. Are we blowing ourselves up here? Are we just about to, like, time loop ourselves because this is the Into the Breach bomb that time loops you? I mean, if we don't detonate these, no one else can. I don't know what this is going to do to us. We might get murdered for doing this, or it might reset us on the timeline. Let's find out. You keep on going, ever wary of the fact you could easily meet the same fate here as the first ship if you fail. Eventually, the tunnels lead to what is presumably the center of the cavern, a massively, near-perfectly spherical room with walls lined with holes containing tens of thousands of eggs. There's no way this was the product of nature. This room was designed with intent. One hell of a reference if it is. It absolutely is a reference to Into the Breach. They called them Renfield bombs, and those are the bombs that used in Into the Breach. Let's stealthily begin setting up the bombs. Your crew rush to wire the bombs without waking up the spiders. From what you remember, these are the same design as the one used against Vec on Earth. See? Just one of these was capable of creating an explosion visible from space and caused massive earthquakes across the planet, so you can only imagine what kind of impact 3 of them will have, and you sure as hell don't want to stick around to see it. While wiring the third and final bomb, one of your crew trips and drops a metal plate from the bomb on the ground. At once, it seems as though every spider in the entire cavern lets out a cry. In a matter of seconds, a massive roar silences them, and a monstrous creature the size of 3 men erupts from the ground. This must be the Queen, and she sure isn't happy. All 8 of her eyes lock onto you, but she doesn't attack. It almost seems as though she's giving you a warning. Huh. If we're gonna get a spider ship... Also worth noting the description of Earth knowing it's been massively flooded. Yeah, it's true. And, I mean, even Into the Breach... FTL is canon in it because you can get a Mantis and a Zoltan as your pilots, so now it's reverse canon into Multiverse. If there is a opportunity here to get a spider ship, we absolutely need to make friends with the spiders. It's not what we're here to do, but if we want to get that kind of reward, I don't see how there's any other way to do it. I don't know if shooting the Queen is going to work, though. Like, if this thing is massive, is there actually a reasonable chance to... have the shooting them do anything? I don't know. I assume... Gotta decide about this one. Do we shoot them, or do we try and not shoot them and see if they'll let us make friends? I don't know if we can, is the problem. Let's not shoot them. We've been murdering spiders this whole time, but let's put down the laser and see what they say. It seems like suicide almost, but the last thing you want to risk is angering the spiders. From all you've seen so far, they seem more intelligent than the militia is willing to admit, and maybe, just maybe, you can make it out of here without anyone dying. The Queen seems to notice this behavior and backs away from you. Around her, several hatchlings cling to her legs, but they scatter when she turns and crawls through a hole in the hatchery walls. It almost seems as if she wants to follow you. Wants you to follow her. Well, let's follow her. You crawl through the tunnel and find yourself now standing in a massive rectangular room with ships and lab equipment. You wipe away some of the dirt caked onto the walls and find underneath what? You wipe away some of the dirt caked onto the walls and find underneath is rusted metal. Okay. Weird way to say it, but it is valid. There was a research center at some point, but judging from the smell, the staff are all dead. You see the Queen walk over to a row of tubes on the walls where you find many exotic creatures, some of which seem eerily similar to the giant alien spiders, Vec, and other insectoid monstrosities used by the Brood. You glance over at a nearby desk where you find a letter addressed to, of all people, Oscar Wright. Next to it is a dongle containing blueprints for some kind of cruiser model, which you slip into your pocket.
Dear Senator, there has been a change of plans. Your method for testing the insectoid... Your methods for testing the insectoid DNA have deeply disturbed both me and the Council. My team found a new candidate anyways. There will no longer be a need to continue your experiments. I would like to remind you that the only reason you are where you are today is because of your history with the Admiral, and in his absence the new leadership is not as generous. I am writing this only out of the best of intentions for your well-being. If you don't want to wake up with a bullet in your head, I advise destroying all evidence at all costs. You know what you have to do, Oscar. Do not fail the rebellion again. Sincerely, Dr. E.W.
You aren't sure what to make of this, but you don't have much time. Montgomery calls out from behind you, ordering that you drop the letter.
Turn around slowly, Captain. Put that paper down and come with me. We need to detonate the bombs and leave.
Well, we're going to confront Montgomery about the letter. We're not just going to abandon what we've learned here. Montgomery cuts you off before you can finish.
What reason do you think the EDC is here? Did you really think the Brood was behind all of this? That some stupid pirates could just breach the security of the Union's core worlds? No, but the Federation has been concerningly ignorant to the Senator's intentions. The Brood is real, yeah, but they were nothing before this. We gave them the insectoids to release. We planted the Vec on Earth. It was an awful decision in hindsight, yeah, and that's why we're here. The experiment was a failure. We cannot risk exposing the Senator's ties to the rebellion. I'm afraid you're now a liability, but disposing of liabilities is what I'm best at.
You were saying this happened like... We cannot risk exposing the Senator's ties to the rebellion. This happened in one lifetime? That seems like a little short term for the Vec annihilating much of Earth and getting wiped out and ruining the future state of Earth and human society leaving into space. Seems a little fast. But sure. You get ready for combat. What do we want to do? Well, we want to blow this guy up, I think. The ship here does look like it could be a bit of a problem. The Vec are time travelers, so I guess, yeah, are they? We're time travelers at the Vec. I think there's some weird timey-wimey shenanigans happening there anyway. Let's do nothing. They've got a halberd beam, a heavy laser 2, looks like a burst laser 1, and one of those radiation guns. But I think we're just gonna nuke them. Like, what are you gonna do if I nuke you? Hey, it's Montgomery! Congratulations, bud. You work for me now. I'm gonna have you go in here and start killing that guy. And let's start up the air fryer. And do I want to stop your weapons? I think I do. We're gonna auto-fire the air fryer, and we're gonna charge beam in here. That guy's dead. The Zoltan Peacekeeper's already dying. We could try to board them, but they're gonna be trying to board us, and at this point, they're gonna be dead before they can do much about it, so let's just take them out. Oh, these guys really overestimated themselves, I think. Montgomery, in the end, was not enough to stop you. Though the rest of his crew aboard the vessel were likely oblivious to his intentions, they were necessary casualties. 2 missiles, a drone part, and 53 scrap. While scrapping the crashed wreckage, you hear the moan of a dying man and find Montgomery impaled by part of the debris. He turns to you, and with his final breath, he mutters,
"No evidence. An ace never fails."
He raises his hand, still holding the detonator, and flips the switch. Instantly, the nearby Renfield bombs activate and the countdown to decimation begins. We have to rescue the Queen! You run back into the hatchery where you find the Queen comforting several wailing hatchlings. The droning sound of the bombs as they count down drones out your cries, but the Queen spots you and somehow understands the severity of the situation. You make your way back to the ship and take off, rushing through the tunnels as the walls shake and the inferno behind you expands. In the end, it comes down to almost a matter of seconds as you kick the engines into maximum thrust and take off from the planet. We just got a Queen alien spider. That's pretty sweet. A space battle is happening inside the tunnels. Yes, that's why there's oxygen in the environment. So many different questions are left running through your head. Why was the rebellion testing the spiders and the Vec? What is the new candidate? Who is Dr. EW? You aren't sure if any of these questions will be answered, but you can't linger for too much longer. The Queen, while safe, is obviously disturbed by the loss of her children. Had you not saved her, the entire species would have likely gone extinct. All you can do now is be glad another race is dead and carry on with your mission. Maybe someday, whether it's you or another captain, someone will get to the bottom of this. You pull out the dongle from earlier and download the blueprint data onto your ship for later. Well, we're taking this big spider. 3 times combat damage! Oh! 0.1 times repair speed, can hatch children at empty beacons and makes all spiders on the same ship controllable. Alright, well, I guess this is going to replace another Mantis. 125% health. Yeah. Heals all spider crew in the room and boosts their movement speed. That's pretty sick. I don't know if we're going to really be able to take advantage of all the other benefits, but like, goodbye Blender, you... or Cleaver? Who do I want to get rid of? Blender. Blender, you're out of here. Dismiss. We're keeping Shears because they're pretty powerful, but we now have an alien queen. I guess you're joining our boarding party. Our team is getting so weird. Oh yeah, she's a way better fighter than the generic Mantis. She does triple combat damage as opposed to 1.5 times combat damage. So that's pretty powerful. And she has an active ability that I don't know what it does. It grants 2 HP per second's regeneration to other nearby allied spiders, but I don't know if it gives it to her, too. So, we need to rename her. What is a giant alien spider going to be called? How do we fit them into our kitchen theme? I don't know. She's a can opener? I mean, we have a can opener still, don't we? She's a gas hob. That's pretty funny, Allie. I don't know if I'm gonna go with that one, though. We did get rid of the blender. We had a rolling pin earlier, but they're no longer on the crew. It might be time to start reusing some of our names, yeah. I'll call her Rolling Pin for now, sure. Okay. That was messy, but I think we lived. Let's see what happens if we continue. If it's broken, we're gonna have to deal with it. But does it let us continue? It does! There's our alien queen, Rolling Pie. I'm gonna try and rename them one more time. Can I fix the name? Yeah. Yeah, we saved it. Do I know why that happened? No idea. No idea what just happened, but the game hated that. What a strange problem. Okay. We're back. We now have 2 classic FTL aliens on our crew. We have a 6-legged horse and a giant alien spider. Incredible. Last time you had something like that, it was like auto-deleting parts of your desktop. Opening things would cause error messages and destroy the icon. Oh, wild. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what's going on there, but we've got it fixed, and I'm just gonna hope it doesn't happen again. We'll restart after the stream's done. But, anyway, we did it! We saved the alien queen! And we, I think, unlocked a new spider ship, which is fun, too. So that was, upsetting, but we're back, and looking like we're in pretty good shape. So let's keep jumping. Let's go see what happened to Erwin, because now we know that the guy who sent us on this mission is a villain. Is this person okay? We've already saved the aliens, and they've blown up the rest of the planet, so there's nothing else for them to do, but let's go check in. Oh, that's a fancy-looking location. Was even scarier was the first reboot took you to BIOS. Ooh, nasty. These are the last known coordinates of the Renegade hired by the militia. Some strange facility has been constructed here, and a massive civilian transport ship is in the process of leaving the planet. You spot a distant, strangely shaped vessel parked outside the entrance. You pull closer, careful not to be spotted. It seems you failed to spot a second ship, a large Mantis cruiser in Brood colors. You land behind one of the massive solar panels and tune into the conversation between the two ships. It seems Erwin is speaking with an unusually well-dressed Brood member in what seems to be a painted ace uniform. They've got respirators, and obviously they're a high-level threat, but I mean, they're a high-level threat until we turn on our air fryer.
Hey there, Virgo. Look, I know this looks bad, but...
Erwin is cut off by the imposing figure.
I do not have time for your shit anymore, Erwin. Vale is getting tired. Tired of your incompetence. Tired of your belligerence. Tired of your insane crackpot conspiracies about a puppeteering agency that rules the multiverse. You had one job, to recover the DNA. And what happened? You come slithering back to me with nothing. Now they've blown that nest to hell and we have no way of recovering the samples. You expect me to tolerate this?
Well, yes. Look, it wasn't easy convincing the defense cadre to hire me after the Vec disaster ruined the reputation of the Renegades.
Erwin continues to protest but is cut off once more.
It doesn't matter. Too much time has passed. The window of opportunity is gone. We have no more use for you, Erwin. You are nothing but a loose end.
Virgo draws his laser and aims it right at Erwin. Okay. Let's intervene. Erwin knows what's going on. Maybe we'll find out something from him. Seems this Erwin fellow might have information of use. You jump out from your cover and draw your own weapon. Virgo shows no signs of disturbance, but merely retracts his weapon and hurries back to the Brood ship, which immediately powers up its weapons. Erwin, to no surprise, rushes back to his ship, but is stopped by a missile from the pirates, destroying his engines. Let's get ready for combat. Alright, they got a bunch of alien spiders. Guys, they have an angel crew? What is an angel? 1.3 times damage in crew combat, 1.7 times range damage multiplier. Takes reduced damage from crew combat. Huh. Well, I think what we're gonna do is make them realize that they actually can't come board us, and they're gonna fight each other now. Yeah, that's interesting. I think we're just gonna blow these guys up. I don't think we're gonna worry about this. I gotta auto-fire it. Take out the weapons so they don't get to hit us with those missiles, thank you very much, and just, cook these guys. Like, what are they gonna do about it? Nothing, they're gonna be dead. Charge beam them again, just for fun. Nice try. Okay, that is a dead Brood cruiser. Like, shockingly easy. The Brood cruiser has been defeated. It falls to the ground in a heap and you scrap its remains, getting a fuel, 2 missiles, and 51 scrap. We check in on Erwin. When the Slug sees you approaching, he immediately pretends he was never scared at all, but around his strange blunderbuss-like gun, his tentacles have gone white.
Glad we renegades know how to stick up for each other. Now, what's your rate? I know this kind of service isn't free, I'm not stupid.
We aren't looking for pay, but wouldn't mind information.
Ha! What a riot! Let's be clear here. Information is money. Money is everything, and everything is money. There ain't no sane man in this multiverse who works for free. Kindness is just a means to an end. Favors are blank checks. You're a renegade. Don't play me for a fool. We aren't philanthropists. We're mercenaries. Murderers with a price tag. I've been in this business long enough to know that.
Yeah, our crew is almost exclusively slugs and mantis and a couple of weird aliens. That's not the point. Tell us about this Virgo fellow.
Whatever you say. Virgo was an angel. Assassin for Big Daddy Vale of the Syndicate. He was my most recent client, but the issue is Vale doesn't normally deal with rogues. His mercs usually worked for him, and his patience with me was short. Virgo was his reassurance I would follow through.
Follow through with what?
Stealing some kind of DNA. These giant alien spiders, the Vec, blah blah blah. They're all based on the same stuff. I ain't a biologist, I don't know what they're talking about. Point is, Vale caught wind Senator Wright was getting cold feet and was gonna blow the top off this whole thing. I was supposed to bring Vale the DNA before it's too late, before the big boom, but I like being alive, you know?
Didn't you used to be a Klansman?
Yeah, I was, but I got tricked by that asshole Billy Hector into getting wrapped up in his little slave trade. I was going fine until one day I decided to bring along a friend of mine, a ranger named Sylvan. I thought he'd want to help, but instead he acted all weird. I realized he was a risk, but rather than just dying like I wanted, he blew up my fleet and leaked my involvement in Hector to the guild. Thing is, slavery actually breaks one of the sacred rules, and so I was kind of booted. Lesson is, trust no one. They'll always turn on you, or they can be a secret agent sent by the Multiversal Order.
Right. Well, at least we know who got Sylvan involved in all this.
That being said, I need a ride. My ship is toast. Since you're a renegade, I'm sure you could always use more help. So let's strike a deal. I join your crew and we split the profits half and half. Deal? No? Alright, well, I guess we can figure out the numbers later. And seeing as I won't need my ship anymore, you do whatever with it.
You got a missile, a drone part, 37 scrap, and Irwin, who is a slug with a hat. Are you any good? Irwin, slug with a hat. Disgruntled former chairman of the EHG and current mercenary for hire, specializing in hunting the most exotic of creatures. Also avid conspiracy theorist. They've got the normal slug stats. They have the ability to neutralize all crew except himself in the room, setting their stats to default values. What? I don't know what that means. His gun does 1.5 times damage but can't sabotage systems, so he's just here for killing people. Which means I guess we're dropping Cleaver to take this slug, because he's a weird character, and Cleaver is just a generic mantis who has the same effective combat ability. So, goodbye Cleaver, we're taking Irwin. Irwin the Renegade. I don't know what I'm going to call you now either, though. You have to name another person, which hopefully the game won't freak out about as much. It removes all racial traits. Ah, okay. So, like, if someone, because of their racial trait, gets 300 health instead of the normal 150 or whatever for a rock, it would just set them down to 150. I can see that. What do we want to name this slug? We've got a bunch of slugs in the crew already. This one's got a gun, though, which is pretty funny. Is there anything else that would be slug related? Or are we just going to give him a generic name to fill one of the slots that we've got here? The power whisk. I think, yeah, we've had a whisk previously. I almost kind of want to call him like the salt shotgun they use for killing flies, but it's not really a kitchen increment. Yeah, salt shaker. Like, I think that's pretty silly. I'm gonna go with salt shaker. It's good enough. Alright. We have a kind of cruelly named slug, but he'll be fine. Get in there, team. And I wonder if he's actually better at fighting, because he is a slug, so in theory he should be getting our slug benefit. But since he is actually not a slug and is just a renegade, I don't know if the slug bonus applies to him. Because if it does, he'd get a 1.25 times combat multiplier. I don't know. Well, we are getting comically overpowered very quickly. So, are there any more upgrades we want to turn on? I think we're going to go ahead and beef up our shields to level 4, because level 4 shields are just really helpful. And leave it at that for now. We'll save the rest of our money There is a store here, surprisingly. You have so many unique crew, it's actually kind of insane. Right? Right? We have so many unique crew. We have 5 of them? 4 of them? We have so much going on in here. Let's save our crew positions and keep jumping. Now... yeah, I'm gonna wait a minute. We'll jump here first.
I grow tired of these spiders. I came for a challenge, but these arachnids are easy to kill. I long for a challenge, such as you.
Alright. You think we're easy to kill? You got another thing coming. Ah, there's another Slug Ranger. They deploy a stun bomb and cloak. They can still attack from cloak, but will do less damage and be immobilized. Oh, that's cool. That's kind of a special enemy type. These are the anti-bio ones. We probably don't want them boarding us. Thankfully they can't while we have this shield up, so we can't just blow them up while we don't have to deal with it. And they actually can't mind control us like this either, so let's go ahead and start shooting. Oh, I gotta auto fire. I gotta just leave auto fire turned on here and then toggle it off if I don't want it. And let's go ahead and stop them from breaking our weapons. We spawn an alert on our computer screen. Upon opening it, you greet with a video feed of the Klansmen waving literal white flags towards the camera. Well, unfortunately for them, we are all about the war crimes, so we're ignoring their cries and blowing them up. The Guild Huntsman dead. The proud Klansmen and their ship have been destroyed. Though their many trophies have been purged along with them, at least you can salvage the scrap from their ship, getting a missile, a drone part, and 41 scrap. Not bad. Alright, we have a store over here with a distress beacon. I don't really want to buy anything, but let's see what the distress beacon wants. The beacon greets you with a bizarre sight, a militia ship firing on a civilian market. However, you realize the issue when scans return showing the militia ship to be infested by spiders. Well, let's rescue the store. We prepare for combat. They are, in fact, infested with spiders, but there's not very many spiders on board there. We can probably take these guys. They don't have any healing either. We just teleport into the drone control and murder them, I think. They have, they do have a battle drone. I don't love that so much. But, like... okay, those are both adults. I thought they were littler, but no, I'm used to seeing the giant queen now. These guys seem tiny. Let's go ahead and mind control one of the spiders. I don't know what this thing is, but it looks nasty. Let's make sure we get an adult, so we're gonna mind control here. Why do you go into the doors? That's not what I wanted. Let's control you... oh, I can't. The ability to control them isn't charged yet, and the other spiders don't care. Okay. Fair enough. Well, there goes ours. Oh, oh, wow. This is a really slow firing weapon, I see. It's individual shots, not going really fast. Alright, let's set the ship on fire, because that's really going to mess with the spiders. And now I think we'll turn off the weapons for a minute, and our spider control is almost done. So now we can act... oh, they've actually come to fight me now. Okay, I can just leave you there then, because that's what I wanted. They can't really hurt us anymore. They've got 2 single-shot attacks, and their ship's on fire, and spiders can't handle fire. So we can go in there and kill the crew directly now. They shouldn't be destroyed if the fire builds, so let's jump in here. They'll all run in and instantly get murdered, and that's done. With the crew dead, we salvage 2 fuel, a missile, and 52 scrap. And we've rescued this door from their attackers, so they offer to trade. Lovely. Weapons we don't need, crew we don't need, clone bay we don't need. A backup battery I will buy. Why not? Drones we don't need, and augments of the day. I mean, we could gamble on augments, but the likelihood we're going to get one that we actually want is pretty low, so I think we're going to leave it behind. We don't really have anything to sell either. I don't really need the breach bomb anymore, but I'll hold on to it just in case something weird happens with our equipment. And what I am going to buy is a bunch more fuel, so I don't have to worry about that. Let's teleport our team back home. And... we're sitting pretty here. Now, how many jumps do we have until we have to get out of here? We have 7. So if we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that's 1 short. So we want to go here first, and then we can loop around towards the exit. A shell science vessel is watching an infested vessel sporadically flicker back and forth around the beacon. They hail you shortly after you jump in.
Hello, we are looking for an infant spider to study. We understand the risk and will pay if you go through with it.
We have the Spider Queen on our ship. I mean, like, I'm gonna do the teleporter option because it seems free, but like, we have the Spider Queen. Why do we need to grab a spider off another ship? Ugh, let's beam back a spider without any risk. You lock onto the spider and beam them back aboard your ship. Once captured, you hail the shell vessel.
Thank you. This will help the brood greatly.
Their weapons come online, a sure sign that this was a trap. Okay. Like... I don't know what they thought they were going to accomplish there, but I don't think they accomplished it. They're full of toxic gas on the ship, which is fun, since they're all creatures who apparently don't care about that. Doesn't say that spiders are immune, but they have a spider on the crew who doesn't seem to care. Right? I think you'd get a blue option for the queen too, but it's because it's bait. It's because they didn't actually want to get the spider. They mind controlled us. Let's unmind control us. Thank you very much. You can go heal up. And they're dead. The brood has been causing issues for the militia in this sector by weaponizing the spiders. It won't be much, but the death of this ship will still help retake the territory. We get a fuel, a missile, and 41 scrap. Yeah, I agree, right, Ginger? Like, if we had been able to get a free hostile spider because we have the queen that can control them, that would have been pretty cool, but no, not this time. Alright, 126 scrap in the pocket. We're going to save it for now. There's a distress beacon over there too, but I don't really want another story yet, so we're going to keep jumping towards the other more interesting looking one. A Tikala vessel is offering slaves to passing ships for incredibly cheap prices. You inquire further and they explain,
We've come to join the spider selling business, son. There's bank to be made. Alas, we must depart with some of our long-time laborers due to lack of space. For a quality price, how does a new worker sound?
They're a wraith. They periodically ion their own rooms, so that's not good. Let's go fight the ship instead. We're gonna blow these guys up. Last thing the militia needs to deal with is slavers selling spiders to other ships. You take care of these pilots for them. The slavers' reputation decreased. Oh no! Alright, they have a lot of mantis. I think we're just gonna blow these guys up again, because at this point, like, why not? We have so much laser, we might as well use it. Scans show the pirate ship is trying to escape. Oh no, that's not gonna happen there, friends. You have underestimated this. They're offering us a slave as tribute, but our crew is full. Surrender is not an option. Honestly, a pilot rock is a pretty good offer. Normally I'd take it, but I like our slug team. The slave ship is destroyed. They won't continue that evil trade, but many lives were definitely lost on that ship. 1 fuel, 1 drone part, and 41 scrap. Alright, we have a little bit of money here. Let's go to the distress beacon and check it out. Unfortunately, I am probably going to have to stop the stream before we get to the end. That little interruption there means we're unlikely to be able to make it to the end before I have to go. We have a bit of time left though, so let's take advantage of it. There's 2 ships at this distress beacon, but only 1 is still under control by its original owners. An infested vessel is hunting civilians, and it looks like they're almost upon them. Let's aid the civilian ship then. We power up weapons and engage the infested ship. They are indeed full of spiders. Let's go ahead and mind control you, just for fun. While that's happening, we fire the air fryer and the charge beam. The fires this thing starts are really good. Ridiculous. Alright. Do we flash the Trinity on just to not get hit by that one missile? I think so. Oh, it missed us anyway, and it didn't even shoot at it. Nice try. The infested ship breaks apart. We hasten to contact the civilian ship, getting 2 missiles, a drone part, and 36 scrap. I forgot the Zoltan shield was still on, so it wouldn't have hurt us anyway. We contact the civilian ship, and they say,
This sector's become increasingly dangerous for friends of the Federation. I think my crew can patch up your hull damages, thanks.
I'm pretty sure we were at full health already, but thanks anyway, bud. I'll take it. Alright, 213 scrap in the pocket. I think we're going to probably start spending some more of this shortly. I'm going to bump up our engines a bunch here. And our weapons is going to be next. The thing is, we're already so powerful. Honestly, we don't really need power in the weapons anymore. We're already comically big guns. You like his hat? I know, right? Same. Few things are deadlier than a mad slug, and the clansman here is particularly miffed.
Damn spiders keep eating my crew! You fed ship, stay still, let me kill you. I need an easy kill for once.
You think we're an easy kill? You have made some poor decisions. You have made some poor decisions. Oh, they resist mind control, right. I figured I'd just hit the button, because why not, but it doesn't work. Did they bomb us? I don't know what they did, but they're dead anyway.
We will never surrender!
Shouts the clansman, right as your shot scatters across their hull.
Scratch that. How much for you to let us go?
More than that, bud. No attention, back to fighting. And they're dead. When the ship explodes, you try to think of a clever bit of wordplay to describe the situation. You decide to go with, the hunters became the hunted, before you snap out of it and give orders to scrap the wreckage, getting 2 fuel, a missile, and 46 scrap. Alright, let's keep moving. We got a lot of galaxy to cover. So let's keep mooling it. The militia wasn't joking when they said this sector was infested to the brim with spiders. A full functional vessel now controlled by spiders approaches on the offense. They have a teleporter, so they're going to try and board us, but they're not going to get the chance to because we have a Zoltan shield they can't get through, and they're not going to get a chance to do anything else. They have a clone base, so I'm just going to blow these guys up. It's better than trying to get in there and board them. With a ship full of alien spiders, I think boarding strategy here is probably a bad idea. It's so not fair to them. We've taken care of the infested vessel. Whenever crew once populated the ship is gone, so we doubt they'll mind we scrap the ship now. We get a missile, a drone part, 46 scrap, and Nyx missiles. Alright, we'll take them. I think we keep jumping. We receive a hail from a civilian vessel.
Help! We're under attack from a ship full of spiders! Why does this stuff always happen to us?
Let's save the civilians. We power up weapons and engage the infested ship. Well, again, there's a lot of spiders in there, which could be a problem. They have some decent weapons, beam, big lasers. But we have an air fryer, and the air fryer says goodbye. Let's go ahead and mind control their captain just for fun, too. And charge beam at the weapons, I guess. This air fryer is ridiculous. Just ridiculous. The infested ship breaks apart and we hasten to contact the civilian ship, getting 2 fuel, 2 missiles, 37 scrap. When we contact the civilian ship, they're grateful for our heroic actions and pay us in 2 drone parts? Guys, come on, you gotta pay us better than that. That's fine, exit beacon it is. You've arrived at the long-range beacon. When the FTL drive is charged, we can jump to the next sector. Let's explore first. What first seems to be a simple nebula is actually filled with a good amount of debris from a brutal exchange between several ships. Wreckage drifts by our screens and tumbles into the depths of the nebula to be lost to sight. It's hard to determine who the combatants were without closer investigation, but we can use our sensors to scan the wreckage. We scan the battlefield with the aid of our sensors. We're able to salvage a moderate amount of material from the wreckage, which is actually a tiny amount of material. 1 missile, 1 drone part, 10 scrap. Silly. Oh yeah, the Charge Mark II is excellent, because this gives us the ability to blast their shields down. Charge Mark II lets us pummel a room, set it on fire, and generally leave it as a mess, and then the air fryer kills them before they have a chance to do anything else. It's a good combo. Is there anything else we want to bring online here? I'm going to put 1 more point into weapons for now. because that'll let us turn the breach bomb on, so we can have that automatically charged too at the start. Let's keep jumping and see what else is in the next sector. Does this... Oh. That's actually unexpected. I didn't think it was just going to warp us out. We've entered hyperspeed. Around us swirls distant stars and planets as they fly past at breakneck speed. While in hyperspeed, you have several options. You can proceed to your next sector or do something aboard the ship first. Okay, so it does count as the sector that you were in. It takes us straight to Sector 8. So we should have time to finish the run then. What I wasn't sure was, if it put us back in Sector 7, because it was like a question mark sector, do we get the ability to keep rolling more of our bonus sectors? But it doesn't seem like that's the case. We proceed to the Federation capital. It's our final destination, under siege by the Rebellion. To save this reality, we must eliminate the Rebel flagship before it destroys the Federation base. Alright then. Oh, we can reroute, it says. No. Oh, weird. Section 8 warning. Rerouting now means you're allowing rebels to lay siege on Node 17. You may still return thereafter, but the little time you'll have net left will force you to engage the flagship immediately at the Federation base, while every beacon will be taken by the fleet. I see. I see. So I guess we don't want to do that. We could probably take them, though? Like, I kind of feel like we could take them. We kill enemy ships so fast. The only thing I'm worried about is if it means you only have 3 jumps to get to the flagship, we might not be able to get there in time and be a forced loss at the end, which would be a little disappointing. It lets you just go straight to the fight. Oh, okay. We don't need that sector then, so let's jump to the Jerome Protectorate. But this is the problem. This is where I don't know if we have enough time to do it. Ugh. I don't know if we have enough time to do a whole other Sector 8 and also get this done today, because I have obligations in like half an hour. It just immediately drops you on the flagship. Oh, that sounds great actually. We have full health, super powerful. We could tank them no problem. I guess we jump to the Jerome Protectorate, but I don't think we're gonna have enough time to finish this, which is a bit of a pain. I don't know how hard it is to find this one again, so let's go take advantage of it since we got it. We're about to reroute. Below is the Atlas entry for this sector, the Jerome Protectorate, which is hostile, a super strong rebellion place with a Wentworth estate on it, a secondary rebel stronghold kept under rule by Jerome Wentworth, Admiral Vance of the rebel fleet's nephew. A high priority target undoubtedly, taking him out would weaken the rebel fleet. Well, let's do it then. Continue with the jump. Prepare to jump to the new coordinates and change your flight path accordingly. You finally arrived, and it seems the transport you followed has too. Before you is a massive wall with major security measures in place. You hide behind a small asteroid cluster while you watch the transport submit their ID.
Apologies for the delay. Had a little encounter with some pesky feds.
As the transport is led through, almost immediately a vessel spots you. There's some shuffling, and then an MFK guard is dispatched to handle you.
Halt! This sector's off limits! Wait, are you a renegade?
Looks like there's no avoiding this.
Damn it, we got another Fed over here! Initiate the lockdown immediately!
The MFK Ace ship immediately locks onto you, and in the distance alarms begin to play to the city below. Alright, well, let's fight them. They're gonna regret fighting us. They have a pretty powerful looking ship, but unfortunately so do we. Scans show the guard has sent a request for backup from an ASB defense system. That can't be good, but actually it'll be fine. I'm pretty convinced. Let's begin firing. Let's breach bomb their weapons once. And charge their weapons again. Yeah, this song seems pretty fun, the Jerry music. Alright, these guys are getting cooked here. And they're dead, before the ASB even has a chance to shoot at us. The MFK Ace ship has been defeated. As their ship explodes, you catch their captain, collapsing to her knees, utter her final words.
God damn you and the Federation. You'll rue this day once Sierra gets a hold of you.
You ignore this premonition and scrap the ship, getting a Dr. Drone and 52 scrap. Seems there's no luck for us. The ASB remains locked onto our location, and the barrier's defenses are only preparing themselves further. There'll definitely be reinforcements sent after you, but for now you've got to push through, so do so quickly. Okay, well, we jump. We have the estate right beside the exit, so I guess we know where we're going. Let's hop to this distress beacon, though, and then we can kind of wiggle our way around over to there. A small unarmed ship insistently hails as you draw near.
We represent the Dream Conjurers, a group which aims to bring joy and majesty into people's lives, especially small children and Jerry. We were bringing smiles to people's faces by dropping asteroids into orbit so they would look like shooting stars. But a freak accident happened, and the asteroid we dropped may have in fact had a secret cache full of missiles that's now plummeting towards a populated city. Please help them?
The cache is already in the atmosphere and falling towards the city. Unless your aim is extremely accurate, you're more likely to hit the city than the cache. But we have accurate ballistic weapon. I don't know what that means. And damaging pinpoint. This seems like the best option. Use your pinpoint to precisely destroy the cache. So let's use that fun special weapon. Bwap. Your pinpoint strikes the cache in just the right spot to detonate the payload. It explodes harmlessly in the atmosphere before reaching the city. The resulting scrap burns up in the atmosphere, resulting in a phenomenon that looks like a meteor shower to the city below. We return to the Dream Conjurers.
Kablamo! You did it! That was amazing! I'm sure the people in the city looked beautiful. Looks like you were the real Dream Conjurer today. Here's your reward.
3 fuel, a missile, and 60 scrap. Not a bad reward for just having a laser. Now, Ellie is getting increasingly insane, and we're gonna try and let her continue to do that. Because she is at, what? Madness level 3? 4? Bloodlust level 3? It can't be a problem to let her keep killing people, right? Let's check on Ellie's mental state. Actually, if we look at the ship, is there a bad jump map here? No, anywhere should be fine. Alright, let's see what Ellie's mental state says now. Because... okay, so we can't do this. Because we broke her quest, it's now just permanently broken. We can no longer do what she wanted because we redirected after starting the quest. That's sad. I was hoping we'd be able to finish that one. So it goes. So it goes. There's a store over there, but we don't really need a store. We're gonna jump up into this mess, I think, and hop around in the back. Back towards the estate. Because if it's, what? 8 jumps? 9 jumps to here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Seems pretty good. Let's see how it takes us. What do we got? Is that a renegade? Oh, what's the use? We're never gonna succeed. The rebel doesn't move in to attack. Are you okay?
It's just...
Rebel sighs.
This ship has one of the worst service records of any active rebel ship. Every mission we've been on has been an abject failure. We don't even have the honor of falling in duty for the cause. We're the laughingstock of the rebel fleet. There's no way we can win against a renegade. That's why they've left us here, where we're not as likely to screw anything up.
We would tell them, no, it's cool. You guys are strong. You can fight us.
A renegade trying to cheer us up? I never thought I'd see the day.
Rebels drop some supplies for us to pick up. 3 fuel, 1 drone part, 20 scrap. Aw, I was hoping we were gonna, like, encourage them to fight us. That's kind of what I thought was gonna happen, but no, apparently not. Alright, let's keep jumping. We got, 1, 2, 3, 4... Oh, those don't connect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright. Near the beacon is a large space colony whose populace is moving about in a busy fashion. We hail them and ask if they can assist. They say, huh?
Quit bothering us, renegade! We're busy gathering our yearly tribute to Jerome. We have to hurry, so we can't be late.
Promise to free them from Jerome's tyranny, steal the tribute, or have your human pretend to be rebel personnel and demand supplies. Ooh, let's do the horrible thing. The colonists sigh.
Sure, for the rebellion, I guess.
We have a shipment of ammunition and scrap ready for you shortly. 1 missile and 46 scrap in the pocket. Let's keep jumping. We got... We'll go to this one too. Listen, Steak Knife is a human. Just because they have a horse hat and think they're a horse doesn't change the fact that they're a human. A strangely colored rebel fighter rests nearby, its captain grumbling something incomprehensible. When he spots you, he shouts, "Federation ship! Do you know who I am?" Nope. "I'm Tom, the true protector of this sector. That naive idiot has no idea how the rebellion works. He's only in charge because his nepotism-supporting uncle loves him so much. Well, I'll show that bastard what for after I kill you." Is your name Tom? Nope, your name's Kara. Is there a Tom on this ship? Yeah, there's a Tomas there. I guess it's the guy standing around in the oxygen who is the one who was contacting us. Well, I got bad news for you, bud. And the bad news is that we're here. I hope you weren't planning on trying to shoot us with anything, because you're already dead. Just as you defeat the rebel ship, an escape pod ejects from it. Unfortunately, it doesn't get far before you collect it and bring it on board. You open it and drag out the rebel officer inside. They beg that you let them live. We get 2 fuel, 2 missiles, and 21 scrap. I mean, we're not going to take them. I don't know what this option does, though. So, let's hit this, and then we'll just eject him if we have to. Keep mind control in line in case he does anything bad. The rebel is grateful for your sparing him, despite it meaning he must betray his original cause. Looks like we won't need the mind control after all. Sorry, Tom. We will need the mind control, so that you stand in the airlock as we vent you out. Goodbye. Alright. We have 306 scrap in the pocket. There's a lot we could buy with that, but let's just keep jumping for now. They don't even stand a chance? No, we're rolling through here at high speed. A rebel ship jumps in behind you, so you jump up into FTL.
"I've been telling you since you came here, outsider. If you're interested, I have a job for you. There's a certain officer who, let's just call her problematic. You're here to kill rebels anyway, aren't you? Well, we'll give you coordinates for a juicy target and we'll both benefit. There's even a reward in it for you if you follow through. Deal?"
Yeah, sure. We'll kill a rebel for rebels. Why not?
"Perfect. You won't regret this, renegade. We'll send you the coordinates and our rendezvous coordinates as well."
Well, it's right next to us. That's handy. So we have 5 jumps left. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A large advertisement for a zoo at this beacon helps you pinpoint the location of the distress signal.
"Help! The animals are out of control! We can't get them back into their habitats!"
So option 1 is pacify the animals. Option 2 with Irwin is murder all the animals, because Irwin's a big game hunter. We'll use the mind control to pacify the animals. I think they'll be mad if we kill them all. The animals are easily swayed by your mind control system. They're required to the zoo. Thank you profusely.
"You've helped out these animals without hurting them. Thank you."
Yeah, they would not have been happy if we blew them all up. We have so much money to spend. Internal upgrades. I could go get those. I think we might just really buff up our systems, though, because, like, why not? We can't use much more weapon power, really. This is kind of our maximum. I'm keeping the Purifier Beam around just to have it. Let's bump up the backup battery, engines to maximum, and in here we will grab from the internal upgrades. I don't have room for an anomaly detector anymore. The run's too long. I forgot to get it earlier. Is there anything else fun we want to buy while we're here? We have a little bit of money left to spend, and we're already comically overpowered. Is there any onboard tech we want? No, not really. I think we're kind of good, honestly. Alright, let's spend the rest then quickly here. I'm going to buy 1 buffer bar on this. I'm going to max out our piloting and our sensors, and that'll do for now. Let's jump to the quest beacon and see what they want for us. Arriving at the beacon, we spot our target refueling at the station. They do not respond to our approach. We're going to hail them, because if they're enemies of the rebels, then they might actually be on our side.
"Why are you here, renegade? I have no quarrel with you. If you're not attacking civilians, then we aren't duty-bound to fight."
Let's question them about their duties. I mean, Amethyst, potentially, but like, how are they going to board us? We have a Zoltan shield. We probably can kill them before they can get anyone on our ship. Let's question them about their duties.
If you must know, we've been campaigning to make changes to the war effort to lessen the impact on civilian populations. We finally make some headway, but it's slow work. Obviously, we can't show weakness to your Federation, but lives of civilians are too important to neglect.
Morality isn't a weakness? Why would the rebels listen to you? Peace is what the Federation wants. Victory is what the rebels want. Let's just say a noble goal. Protecting the civilians is a good thing.
I'm glad you agree. So why have you come here? Your presence only make things worse.
A rebel told us to kill you. We wanted to know why.
That was all you needed, huh? I respect your willingness to hear us out. There are some rebels who are very opposed to the changes I'm proposing, and I might be able to find out who it is if you capture their ship. Just let me know when you have them.
I don't know how we're going to make it to that and out in time. I think what we're going to do is we're going to go estate, then up to the quest, and then back to the estate, and then out the exit. Because we don't need the store, we just spent all our money, and we have the jumping back ability, so... estate it is. Yeah, we also have some real murderous boarding party defense, too. A massive rebel city has been constructed on this planet below. Somewhat off to the side is a massive villa with lights so bright it hurts to look at them. Your computer informs you this is the Wentworth estate. The Vance of this reality doesn't live here in practice, of course, but you had to guess this is likely where his nephew is residing. Let's go in. As you approach the massive building, comms from the surface confirm you've been spotted.
Damn it, that renegade's made it to the estate. Evacuate everyone and dispatch the security detail.
Immediately, a heavily armed autoship is dispatched to handle you. Looks like you'll have to be quick about this. Well, luckily for us, we are absolutely quick about this. If there's one word to describe us, that would be it. They are going to be mind controlling us in a second. No, they don't. They have a hack, not a mind control. So as long as they don't hack our weapons, we're golden. It's probably a little too late now. But let's, yeah, it's too late. Hit the engines. Engines is fine. They do have a missile launcher there that I don't really want to get hit by, so leaving that on is probably fine. Let's go ahead and breach bomb them in the cloaking so they can't do it again, and hit them in the shields. Turn off the breach bomb auto fire because we don't really need it. That took 23 seconds. We love it. The auto ship has been defeated. You waste no time salvaging before flying down to the landing pad where you see a team of evacuators, with high security detail, rushing to the largest cruiser available. Among them are several armed aces, a tall and imposing commander dressed in black garments with yellow stripes, and a scruffy-looking civilian. The man in black is no doubt who you're looking for. As you approach the group, they draw their weapons and you draw yours. Your time's up, Jerome. The Federation has come for you at last. The man scoffs, pushing back his lustrous hair with his perfectly shapen fingers.
So, the uncivilized Federation brutes sent by Universe Zero have gotten so brash and foolhardy they plunge themselves into matters of Vance, thinking wounding the chief of the rebellion personally will stop his spirit or the glory of our conquest? When I heard the Federation was substituting a proper navy for rogues so loose even the Syndicate wouldn't take them, I laughed, and now I laugh twice. You're a joke. Ha!
If we were a joke, then killing you is the punchline.
Ha! So now we're being clever! Why, I oughta...
The man is cut off by the civilian in the back of the crowd, his green eyes poking out from underneath a mop of hair and crooked spectacles. Sebastian, please, let me talk to them. Seems you were wrong in your assumption, as Sebastian immediately steps down and apologizes to the young man, no older than his early 20s, addressing him as none other than Jerome. So you're Jerome, then? He nods. Yeah, though most people call me Jerry. We meet at last, Renegade, if that's what you call yourself. Well, here I am, Jerry Wentworth in the flesh. Not what you were expecting? Never seemed to be. People come from all over, and, well, they set their expectations a bit high. So, you came here because you have a job to do, right? Well, go ahead. Jerry stretches out his arms as if he were giving you a hug. He's trembling and sweating hard, but his eyes glow fiercely determined, as if you were the one on trial, not him. Do we shoot him or not? We came here to kill this dude, and we're doing lots of crimes, so that seems like a pretty decent option. I assume killing him will make things bad for us later. If we hire him, there might be some interesting abilities if we can, like, say, okay, we're not killing you, but you're coming with us. I really don't know what we want to do here. If we try and bring him with us, he's gonna crew space, if that's an option. We've been getting so many unique characters. Let's try and get another one. Can we spare him and bring him with us? You keep your hand by your side, but never reach for your blaster. You look Jerry in the eyes for a solid minute before he puts down his arms. Huh? Was this not what you came here to do? I'm giving you your chance. Aren't you gonna take it? You're more used to us alive than dead. You're not what we expected, or have had a change of heart. You're more used to us alive than dead. Let's try that.
How utilitarian. Although I'm afraid I'm not of much use to you. The rebellion calls me a hero, but I haven't the slightest idea why. I've never done much of anything. It must be nice being you, traveling the multiverse, being cheered at the end of your journey and feeling like you've earned it. You don't think you're a hero? Jerry laughs but hangs his head in shame. No, look, it's probably clear to you now I don't follow in my uncle's footsteps. Jerry glances back at Sebastian and the rest of his security, who've been standing there awkwardly the whole time. But people expect me to. Just carrying the name, the Wentworth name, is enough for people to think I'm special. My mother died when I was young, and I never knew my father, but had I never met my uncle, I'd probably be like a gardener, a chef, or a librarian. I'm not a soldier. I'm not a politician. I'm Jerry. Nothing at all. Only thing to my name is my name itself, and I did nothing to earn that. Sounds like you need to take your life in your own hands. I'm not sure what you mean. I haven't left the Protectorate since the day I entered it. I don't have any power on this place. It's all Syrah. Vance knows I'm incompetent, and while he doesn't want the rest of the galaxy to know, he doesn't trust me enough to keep this place afloat. Not like I could anyways. We can't help, but you'll figure it out. You should come with us, see the multiverse, maybe help improve it too. Are you serious? I've always wanted to... Wait, this isn't some trick to lure me out of here and kill me, right? Nah, probably. Huh, very reassuring. Well, it's not like things are going to improve around here, though a warning, Syrah isn't going to let you take me with you easily. Try not to hurt her, okay? She's only doing her job. She wouldn't hurt you unless she thought you were going to hurt me. I'm certain there's a way to get through this without any bloodshed. Bad news, Jerry. We are not a ship that does things without any bloodshed. Inflicts halved damage in crew combat, your new best friend. Jerry, welcome on board the crew. You generally scared for a minute there? Listen, we might have killed him. We were here to murder people. I don't know who I want to take instead, though. Because, like, all of our crew is special crew now, and these guys are all max level at things. I guess we swap one of our shield people, because Jerry actually has shield skill. So, we'll drop Mandolin. Sorry, Mandolin. Goodbye. Alright, we need to rename Jerry. I'm not sure what to call him. I don't know what we want Jerry to be named. What's something that you have in the kitchen but you never use for anything? Jerry can. No, that's not for food. Jerry cans aren't for food. Bottle openers because he's the chillest, coolest guy. Yeah. Okay, I'll take that approach. It's just gonna call him like bottle though. Opener. That's fine. Cheese grater. I'll call him bottle opener. He's here to just have some drinks and chill out on the ship with us. Yeah, I mean you can put water in jerry cans, but is that what you think of when you think about jerry cans? I don't think it is. Alright. We have an exit beacon down here, which we could go to, but I think we're going to book it for this quest beacon and see if we can do something fun, then teleport back and then get out. So, let's keep going. A familiar transport vessel is nearby, and you catch their captain talking to one of the crew. Yeah, we're carrying important cargo to be brought straight to the Wentworth estate. You know this already. Why are you asking me? Imagine there was a Federation vessel. Hell, the same one that chased us here. That just happened to be in the same system listening to us. It'd be disastrous.
Jerry's here. Do you have anything for him? The rebels aboard the transport seem to panic at the sight of you. Their captain growls.
Like we'll believe that, you son of a...
His facial expression changes once he realizes that Jerry is, in fact, next to you.
Oh, Jerry. Well, this was supposed to be a surprise, but one moment.
The people on the other end hasten to set something up. Finally, with a flourish, they reveal the interior of their ship, decorated with party supplies.
Surprise! Sorry about the shoddy job. We weren't really expecting to have to set it up here of all places. Come on over, you're all invited.
What? You and your crew, including Jerry, help yourselves to the meal they're serving. After a short snack, the rebels carrying a gigantic pile of boxes to Jerry.
For you, Wentworth.
Most of the boxes contain things like sweaters, board games, birthday cards, and a giant cannon. We hope you like it, Jerry. Jerry smiles and nods, but seems a little overwhelmed by it all. We found the Ellie the Equinoid plushie gun? What? A devastating weapon of cuddly destruction. It fires plushies, licensed by Flowers and Sunshine Studios. 1 power, 2-second charge time? It's 10 shield piercing. It's a missile launcher that doesn't shoot missiles that only needs 1 power. Okay, I'm putting it in. We're using the plushie cannon. What more could you want? Ellie, you must be thrilled. We have the cannon for your own plushies. Alright, let's go to the quest beacon here.
Well, well, well. You've been negligent, it seems like you talked to her. I think we both know we can't let you leave.
Looks like a fight's inevitable. How does the plushie cannon work? It's just like a tiny little area of effect. Aw, I was hoping it shows like a teddy bear or something, but no, it's just a little pink orb. That's fine. Oh, it makes horse noises when it hits? That's awful. Please make it stop. The resolve is clearly shaken. We need their ship intact in order to deliver it. Do we demand their surrender? Yeah, we force them to surrender to wait for the other ship to arrive. The rebel who tasked you with capturing the ship arrives at your location. Great job. You even left us some people to interrogate. You can leave the rest to us. The rebel ship gives you a reward as they board the other vessel, getting 54 scrap and a chain flak gun. That's a cool gun. Is it any good? It's not bad. 7 cooldown for a chain gun? We're not gonna take it though. This is a fun song. Oh, you know what I should have done? Oh, I was so stupid. What I should have done was gone to the exit, then back, then up here, because then I could jump straight to the exit. Now I have to do 2 jumps in Rebel space. It doesn't matter, right? Like, what are they gonna do? They can't stop us. But I definitely could have done this better. The rebel fleet has found you, and a nearby ship turns to engage. The ship that approaches is no regular elite, but rather an MFK ace. Much stronger than most rebel ships. If you can defeat it, it may delay the fleet a little longer. Jerry says, hello! As soon as they see Jerry on your ship, the rebels no longer seem to want to fight. Good work, Jerry. You did it. Incredible. Alright, let's jump away from here, hit the exit beacon. We've arrived at the long-range beacon. The FTL drive is charged. We can jump to the next sector. Nearby looms a massive cruiser, unlike anything you've seen. Aboard the ship are multiple aces and their leader, a short but powerfully built woman with long black hair, Sierra Black. The first MFK ace. She eyes you, but makes no motions to attack. You harbor Wentworth's nephew on your vessel. I know you aren't dumb, though your actions might be. You and I both know you aren't getting out of the sector with the kid without going through me first. Give him back to me, or we'll have to do this the unpleasant way. Well, we're not giving her Jerry, so she can go ahead and get blown up. Refuse. You refuse, and at Jerry's own request, you put him on the line. He tries to appeal to Sierra, but she refuses. Jerry, I made a promise to your uncle that I would never let anything happen to you. I will die before I break my promise to Vance. If it's a fight you want, Renegade, then it's a fight you'll get. Alright, well, time to blow up this poor person. Nartholis? Stormbringer? Is one of these people named Syrah? Because if not, they've messed this up. There she is. 3 times movement speed, fights and sabotages double strength, takes half damage from hazards, 70% from crew damage, stunned for half as long, heals 10 HP per second. Wow, powerful. Unfortunately, while you might be powerful, I have an air fryer. And the air fryer says hello. Man, those horses are loud. The drone's gonna hit us. That's fine. Syrah's ship is in poor condition, but before you continue the fight, Jerry pulls you aside.
Please, whatever you do, don't kill Syrah. Her crew cannot keep the fight going at this rate. We can get through this without any more losses as long as you hold back. Please. I know you're a mercenary and a Federation one at that, but there doesn't need to be any more bloodshed today.
We can't jump. So, like, I don't know what he means, but there doesn't need to be more bloodshed. We can't leave. So there kind of does need to be more bloodshed. We're gonna stop this from firing and this from firing. Stop this from firing. And... oh, we missed that shot. Alright, 1 plushie. Oh, does this not do system damage? It doesn't, it just stuns people. Oh, it's just a stunning weapon. That's actually pretty good. But I guess we're just gonna shoot them then. Doesn't seem like it matters. Goodbye, Cruiser Ace. You need to get out and heal.
Damn. Damn it all to hell. I failed you, Vance, and at the hands of some second-rate renegade from UO, no less. I'm sorry, Jerry. Give your uncle my best wishes.
With that, Syrah has been vanquished. 59 scrap and an anti-hull laser Mark 1. Oh, Jerry is devastated.
I thought you didn't have to kill her. We could have talked her way out. This was a mistake. Now the blood of my friend is on my hands, and this could all have been avoided if I just stayed put. Damn it. Go on. Leave me here. This was all a big mistake.
And their can opener is gone? Oh, that's sad. Okay, well I don't know how we could have done that without killing him, because we couldn't leave. So... they didn't surrender, and they wouldn't let us leave. Oh, it's a crew kill. But how would crew killing be better? She's one of the crew. I don't understand that one. I couldn't see a way out of that. It seemed to me that no matter what we did, they'd be in a situation where we'd be killing the person they want us to save. It's not crew kill, there's an invisible timer. Oh, well, that's dumb. Only time in the game that there's a timer you can't actually see? I don't like that. Fair enough, though. Fair enough. We murdered them and we lost Jerry. So it goes. Let's jump out of here and take down the flagship. It worked out better back when the timers didn't exist, but now they don't. It's kind of weird. Yeah. No, they do. Because, like, I assumed that there was no point in waiting, because nothing was going to change. You've entered hyperspeed. The mild concern of smashing into a planet crosses your mind, but you figure some sort of security system is in place to prevent that. Hopefully. Let's proceed to the Federation capital. Federation capital is our final destination, under siege by the Rebellion. To save this reality, you must eliminate the rebel flagship before it destroys the Federation base. Well... it seems your impromptu departure from Node 17 has spelled disaster for the Federation. The flagship has already reached the base and the Federation forces here are overwhelmed. There's no time to waste. We need to get to the base immediately. Well, let's take these guys out. This is it, the rebel flagship. If we can destroy this monstrosity, the Federation fleet will have a chance of surviving. There's no turning back. Sierra's actual existence is irrelevant. She can die in combat and you can still accept her surrender and it'll be fine. Oh, that's silly too, I think. Whatever, it's fine. It doesn't matter, they just named a crew after it. The game doesn't know who the crew is. The flagship doesn't take long to notice you. It powers up its artilleries and approaches. Well, let's fight them then. We're gonna turn on the air fryer. And the plushy cannon. And what do I want to break here? I guess the shields keep them from recharging so fast. This plushy cannon is not very good, but it is very funny, so I'm gonna leave it on. Let's just mind control the pilot here just for added bonus. This ship is just about dead, and they haven't had a chance to do anything to us. Yep. It's a good fight. Alright, 3 fuel, 2 missiles, and 24 scrap. And... that's not what I wanted. And let's just pop in here real quick and hit some more upgrades just to use the scrap. There you go. Let's chase him down. We chase down the flagship and discover it's heavily damaged from the previous fight. Scans indicate it's redirected considerable power to drones. Let's do it. Flagship might be weakened, but it's still formidable. Keep up the fight. I mean, is it? Is it that formidable? We are gonna be nuking these poor guys. Here, have some more plushies. Actually, let's plushie bomb the pilot, because that seems like fun. And let's go ahead and charge beam drone control. Nice. Let's go ahead and mind control you. And I think they're basically dead again. And they're dead before they had a chance to hit us with anything. We are running out of oxygen for some reason. Did they hack us in the oxygen and I just didn't notice? I don't know why our oxygen's low. Just as we finally gain the upper hand, it finds a way to make an FTL jump. We've got to keep up the assault. We get 2 fuel, 1 drone part, and 23 scrap. Ah, they did hack our oxygen. That makes sense. I was not paying attention because it... I didn't even see it happen. In the meantime, though, let's punish these guys by chasing them down to the base. We're not certain how it's able to keep fighting with the amount of damage it's sustained. It's transferred power to defensive systems as well as some kind of super weapon. This is it. Well, that's okay, because I'm gonna do some last-minute checkups and heal 1 damage. Bing! Alright, once their cloak is over, we should be able to take these guys out. This one might be able to hurt us. Oh yeah, the horse noises is because we're shooting horse plushes at the enemy ship. Let's go ahead and power surge on the Trinity drone. And air fryer, get frying. Hey, nice, none of those got through. Let's plushy cannon the captain. Power surge incoming. This one might hurt us. It didn't do any damage. The power surge didn't get through our shields. Wild. Yeah, Multiverse has some interesting stuff in it, but it also makes you hilariously powerful. Just hilariously powerful. They didn't stand a chance. The kitchen sink here did some excellent work and absolutely smashed its way through those poor souls. Let's take a quick look at our stats here. Yeah, we're like 1,000 points above the next ship on our scoreboard. Most ships defeated, most beacons explored, most scrap collected, and most crew hired. Pot and pan, hilariously, actually got our 2 awards here. I love that. That is a absolutely monstrous run, though. I was afraid I was going to be late. Technically, I should have stopped like 15 minutes ago, because I still have stuff to go and do now. But I knew we were close to the end, so I just ran it out. But wild run, so many special crew. I'm glad we didn't lose it partway through. I would have been really disappointed if we had lost the run during the final moments there in Sector 6. So, 7. So I'm glad that didn't happen. Either way, though, what a fantastic run today. We'll be back next time. We'll probably take one of our spider ships, because that seems like fun. But we've got lots of cool stuff we unlocked here we can go explore with next time. However, I do need to get out of here, so have yourselves a fantastic evening, folks. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and I'll see you next time. Until then, bye-bye.